I'm still I'm still finishing my lunch. Just give me a bit. More of a dinner, really. Actually, it's more like a snack at dinner time. Just I don't want to be hungry during stream. Folks, it feels like it's been a really, really long time. Of course, it hasn't in reality. In reality, it's only been a few days, but I missed you anyway. Hello, and welcome. Man, oh man, oh man. Wow. We have a lot to cover, and a lot of explaining to do. I seem to be perpetually beset by legitimate excuses as to why I can't stream. I couldn't describe to you the frustration. So, of course, I have the cough, and that seems to be getting better. And then I have to go get a tooth replaced. Oh, not really. What do they call it? Root canal. And my jaw hurts, of course. And now, my new tooth, and it's basically a new tooth. I mean, it's right there. Feels just about right as rain. Can't quite chew with that tooth as well as the rest of them. Still going to take a little bit of time, but it's healing quickly, and it feels great. Never thought I'd have to get a root canal, but I'm glad to benefit from modern medical technology, and I'm thankful that I could afford the procedure that I got at the quality that I received it, thanks to your help. I am very glad that that was not a challenge posed to me. And then, of course, my internet went out, and that was very frustrating. My internet may still fall apart because, well, I scheduled a tech to arrive, and it was supposed to be today, and then apparently it got delayed to Monday. Then I fixed it. Will my fix hold up? I don't know. We'll have to see. I feel like I feel like I had to... I feel like I cheated. In a serious note, my beloved father, for whom I have undying respect, has unfortunately been tested positive for COVID-19. Despite doing everything right, he is nonetheless now infected, which is deeply unfortunate. He's probably going to be fine. He's a strong guy, and you know, I can accommodate any medical needs that he has, thanks to you guys again. But I hope that that works out, and hopefully he stays healthy. That would be preferable, obviously. I am healthy, or healthier than I've been for a while, on account of my cough being mitigated somewhat. We have so much to talk about. Fuck me. By the way, I pressed many, many buttons to get my internet working again. I mean a lot of buttons. I pressed many, many buttons. And one of those buttons, well, I'll say this much, okay? To everyone who's subbed or donated over the past 3 days, thank you. I really appreciate that. That was very kind of you. All of you. Whatever the amounts may be, or the times those donations were levied, or the contents of the associated messages. If you are angry, please email me so I could ignore you there. I'm sorry. Oh God. We have a lot to talk about. So I hope you all are ready for that. Oh, and one last thing. The only reason I was able to fix the internet and get the stream working today was because Hyena idiotically, stupidly suggested that I try power cycling the modem, even though there was no reason why that should work at all. Zero reason. But they foolishly insisted multiple times that I attempted anyway. And that was what got things kicked back up. Power cycling did not know it shouldn't have worked. It should not have worked. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. It should not have worked. The fact that it did is some sort of cosmic insult against me. What else? What else have we forgotten? The sides of my hair are cut, so you can probably see. What else? What else? Toss a coin to your streamer, trying to think. No, I think that about nails it. No, I already restarted the router. I had done it before. I had already done it. I was so frustrated by the lack of internet. You should have seen the past couple of videos. If you've been watching my channel, I recorded them with my phone, and because I didn't have internet, I couldn't upload them to my editor or like do the necessary edits. So I was like running around. I actually was at a Starbucks, like just leaning against the outside wall of it for like an hour and a half, slowly uploading a 9-minute video because you can't stay in the Starbucks because of code restrictions. So I was just like chilling there. I want you all to understand the depths of depravity that I descended to get you guys like a tiny bit of content. I hope you know that. Do you have unlimited data? Yeah, but even with unlimited data, a lot of services just won't allow you to upload files that large over LTE. LTE is not good for uploads. You can do fine on downloads, but not uploads. It's just not that fast. It's just not that good. I was prepared to go to a hotel room, actually, and just chill in there and use their Wi-Fi, but, you know. Do I have 5G? No, I just have LTE. I don't have 5G. Whew. Yeah, thanks for doing the very minimum to complete your job, Vosh. Hey, listen, when you're a live streamer, you get spoiled, okay? I hope you know that. Oh, God. All right, are we ready to get started? I hope we're ready to get started, because we got a lot to talk about. Whoa. Okay. You all are feeling well, by the way. Oh, the camera is in a different position now. Because I adjusted my monitors. I noticed I was having a persistent neck pain. And my monitors just, it wasn't very ergonomic. I rearranged it a bit, and now the camera's in a different place, so hopefully it's better. Whoa. Hold on. The subject of our discussion. So, there are two serious things that I want to talk about. Big things, okay? And the first one, unfortunately, kind of needs supplementary commentary that'll come from the second one. So I'm going to say this much, okay? The first thing that I want to talk about, the first subject is, haha, whoopee, Nazi purge on social media. Fun. And the second thing that I want to talk about is, much more seriously, does big tech have too much power over our lives? Now, the contents of the first discussion are going to lead people to make accusations or ask questions that'll be answered by the second one. So when this inevitably gets split up into YouTube, please consider that, okay? And try to watch both. So with that being said, we are legitimately seeing the biggest purge of the far right that the internet has ever seen. We are actually this is the largest purge that has ever been conducted. I don't have a list in front of me. Obviously, Donald Trump has been banned off of essentially every social media platform. Also, General Flynn did as well. We have literally thousands of accounts being deleted off of Twitter. Did Sidney Powell get? Is that true? Did Sidney Powell get knocked? Really? Lynn Wood too? They're going away. Lynn Wood, that's good. Who would have guessed that Rittenhouse's lawyer would have ended up commanding such a presence? I mean, it's, you know, at this point, the far right is essentially like a battle royale where the craziest voice wins. So it's not surprising to me that much, I guess. But man, he is fucking crazy. Quartering self-delete. I don't think he got roasted. But anyway, we have that. Parler has been taking off the Google Play and the Apple Store. Parler is done. Parler, you're not getting on Parler anymore. You're going to have to do some fancy phone hacks to get on Parler now. Whoo, baby. Even D-Live. D-Live, which gets like, I think 90% of its revenue from Nazi streamers, has banned Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes. I can't believe it. D-Live. I mean, D-Live, not exactly that concerned with their image. I mean, yeah, like if you've ever browsed that place with the adult filter ticked off, like, you know the types of fucking streamers that are on there. So we are seeing this unprecedented, just this massive Nazi purge. And it's not just Nazis, it's all the far right types. Now, the first thing that I want to say is, Rush Limbaugh too? Holy shit. Look, okay, the first thing listen, the list is extensive, it goes on. The first thing that I want to say is, okay, if it had been the left which had orchestrated this attack on the Capitol, everything that we're seeing right now would have been done tenfold, okay? I need you all to understand that. This is not because of some specific bias against conservatives. This is not because big tech has some issue with conservatives. They don't care. They just want your money. The issue is that the far right is so odious and so inexorably connected to what is essentially a terrorist attack that they are now brand poison. Brand poison. But let me tell you, here's an alt universe, okay? If the left, let's say Bernie Sanders, if Bernie Sanders, he lost the primary, but instead of taking the knee and endorsing Biden, he instead became this independent left populist provocateur. And he had his own rally on January 6th, but it was against the tyranny of corporate media. And he marched thousands of supporters up to the Capitol, and they broke in, and people died, and they had forced Congress people to flee the building and huddle in corners. The subsequent purge of every left-leaning figure who would have allowed that to happen or enabled it or encouraged it would have been biblical. Now, I need you all to know this, okay? Because there are many people who are making this Nazi purge out to be indicative of some inherent bias against conservatives. No, it's that you fucked up, okay? They're like children in kindergarten, okay? You know how there are grade school kids who will do some fucked up shit, and then when they get punished for it, they'll blame the person punishing them for having it out for them, you know? Like little fucking 7-year-old Timmy will like kick and bite another kid in the play yard, and then when he gets fucking put in timeout, Timmy will be like, well, you hate me, what you done to me? Like, that's what we're dealing with, right? It's always Timmy. It is always Timmy. That's what we're dealing with right now. Now, if you want to say, you know, if you want to say like, actually, this is big tech biased against conservatives because conservatives are just disposed to violence and terror and harassment, then I might be inclined to agree with you. But that isn't them being biased against conservatives. That's them being biased against terror and harassment and so on and so forth. Because those things are, again, brand poison. Vosh, isn't it insanely hypocritical for conservatives to say social media banning Trump/Nazis is authoritarian when they're totally fine with a private bakery denying gay couple a wedding cake? Oh yeah, I want to be perfectly clear about this, by the way. Every conservative who ever opens their mouth about big tech bias can cram it up their ass, okay? They don't give a fuck. There are conservative demagogues online who implicitly decry the Civil Rights Act while also saying that what big tech does is biased against conservatives. I have heard from the same individual, from the same mouth, the same set of teeth, jaw, the whole apparatus. I have heard from the same individual two separate arguments. One, that businesses should be allowed to deny service to black people if they want to, because the free market will drive out racist competitors. Not true, by the way. Just demonstrably untrue. And two, that big tech's willingness to ban conservatives off social media is Orwellian, and the government needs to nationalize the service to prevent this discrimination. I have seen the same person make both arguments. Can't deal with these people. Can't deal with these people. You can't. So don't listen to conservatives, okay? Don't give a fuck about them. What you need to ask yourself is, and this is the important question, is the world a better place when far-right demagogues have a smaller platform from which to spread hate? And the answer, as far as I'm concerned, is an easy, resounding, undeniable yes. Obviously. The only real question isn't about the well-being of the conservatives. The real question is, to what extent do we set a negative precedent for other instances of big tech using their power? And we'll get to that in a second. I swear we'll get to that. But before we get to that, okay, I need you guys to know, this shit can't keep happening, okay? The fact that you can go online and participate lightly in politics, lightly. You don't have to be a crazy far left like us. Just, you can be like a wine mom who likes Biden, okay? The fact that a person like that can regularly run into Nazis is indicative of a cancer that has affected our internet. And they may claim, the far-right people, that that's free speech. And this is indicative of the, true and real beliefs of a generous portion of the population. But I pose to you the opposite. The reason we're dealing with this problem is because the algorithms on sites like Twitter
and Facebook and YouTube have been specifically programmed to lead people down pipelines where they arrive at very far-right perspectives. For years, people have been reliably radicalized by big tech designing for profit a system which essentially ensures that a large part of the population will be, to use a technical term, yeeted towards the alt-right, okay? So I don't want to hear conservatives bitching that they're not being given a fair platform. You were given the fucking platform. Politics on YouTube, up until a couple of years ago, was completely dominated by people who are nowadays, in large part, open neo-Nazis. Or at the very least, you know, they've got their foot in the pool. You can go online and see with great prominence accounts and perspectives which I don't even think people were talking about this a decade ago. But all of this is a product of internet radicalization. That's a critical distinction, by the way, between left radicalization online and right radicalization online. A very critical difference. And I'll leave it at this, okay? The far left, as you call it, the labor movements, the direct action organizations, these groups have been active in the West, in America, Europe, whatever, for decades. They have been active before the internet. They continue to be active during the internet. They did not rise to prominence because they were propped up by some cynical big tech media algorithm designed to radicalize 12-year-olds who were looking for Roblox videos, okay? The left has a strong intellectual tradition that goes back hundreds of years. And nowadays, it is true, people can be radicalized to the left from the internet, but this is incomparable to the extent to which the modern far right is born of the internet. So if they want to complain, it's not fair, you know, they haven't been given a fair shot, fuck you. You were given the whole fucking internet. You were given everything. The algorithms favored you. You were given all the time in the world. You radicalized millions of people. And whoops, you led a terrorist attack. I'm sorry. You flew too close to the sun. And now everybody gets to witness the consequences of poorly thought out radical action. Hopefully a lesson some leftists will learn. If you imagine the left being the ones to have stormed Capitol Hill, do you think this would have panned out in our favor? And I see so many leftists online, they look at this and they say, well, I don't like the fascism bit, but what happened there at Capitol Hill was pretty based. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Leftist revolutionary action is not meaningless, mindless anger blindly directed at the nearest government building. Proper leftist action is democratic, it's well-coordinated, it's intelligent, and it's communal. Something we can all look forward to, something we can all benefit from. If we ever had a proper shot at something big, I don't mean a terrorist attack, I just mean a big movement or a march or something like that, we should be supported by the people in this country. But very few Americans support what happened at Capitol Hill. I think 40 to 20%, I've seen conflicting numbers, of Republicans support the attack on Capitol Hill, which means about 10 to 20% of all American voters. It was not a popular action. It was deeply unpopular. You fucked up, and now your social media accounts are getting taken away. Sorry. But, hey, at least for the vast majority of you, it's just limited to having your social media accounts removed. Because a lot of those fuckers who are actually at Capitol Hill have warrants out for their arrest. So, hey, it could always be a lot worse, right?
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh, viewers aplenty.
Nice. Vosh, you going to talk about your they need to disappear comments on Twitter just to clarify it a bit more? There's nothing to clarify. I want fascism to disappear. I've literally said this like 48,000 times. I don't think you can get rid of fascism. Like, so wait, hold on. Wait. So I made a tweet and it was something like, these fascists are a threat to this country. They need to disappear. We do. So if you were very low IQ, you could interpret that as, we need to engage in the systemic elimination of 70 million Americans. Or if you're a reasonable and charitable individual, you can interpret that as, we need to get rid of fascism. The fascist mode of thought needs to be eliminated from this country, which is something that I believe in sincerely and have said many, many times. Richard Spencer himself said the alt-right was memed into existence. Well, yeah, of course. There was a really interesting, not an article. No, maybe it was an article about how the alt-right is largely described by cultural signifiers and shared humor, rather than by like a cohesive set of agreed upon political ideals. You know? Like, which is interesting when you think about it. But if you go around online long enough, like, aesthetics really does determine the alt-right. It's a lot of these people don't actually know what they believe in. They just believe in whatever they think is like the base thing to say at any given point in time. Oh yeah, funny rhetorician. Yeah. You were the one that brought this up. Okay, so it wasn't from an article. It was the thesis to a paper that funny rhetorician is. So it's a future paper. That's how forward thinking I am. I'm citing papers that aren't even written yet. But yeah, like, very often the alt-right is unified by cultural signifiers rather than like a cohesive set of ideas. How many alt-righters have you like talked to or engaged with or like seen online who, when you actually ask them what policy positions they support, they sound like they would support Bernie Sanders? But then they go right back to posting like, remember what they took from us, you know, like Jew posting, white genocide. But then if you talk to them about it, they go right back and they just sound like a sock dem. But then if you leave them alone, they go right back to the fucking Jew posting. It's not nosballs. It's a lot of people, honestly, are just, they don't know what the fuck they believe in, and they just say shit to get along with whatever group they're a part of. Especially young people, because young people are lonely, especially these days. So they'll say whatever they can to feel as though they get the approval from the base they care about. And that, but unfortunately, there's not really a difference between somebody who's a Nazi for social clout and somebody who's a Nazi because they actually believe the shit they say. Unfortunately, consequentially, there's really not that much of a difference. This whole "it's just a meme" wink strategy has been like the defining characteristic of the right over the past decade. Think of the fucking attack on the Capitol. Think of that. All of the fucking people who, oh god, like Michael Tracy, dude. Michael Tracy, what a slimy fucking worm. Michael Tracy literally built a fucking career out of over-exaggerating the harm that BLM has done to society. Michael Tracy went ahead and lied about the propensity for BLM protests to spread COVID, even after confronted with factual data proving him incorrect. But then, when thousands of people march on the Capitol, kill a fucking cop, and force senators to flee, Michael Tracy is like, I don't really see how it's a big deal, dude. I don't really know. Like, people are like exaggerating the hell out of this. And then Donald Trump gets banned from Twitter. This is literally 1984. This is Orwellian. This is totalitarian. This is the beginning of the New World Order. These fucking weasels. And a lot of it is it's just a meme bro strat, where anytime it's stochastic. You don't want them to seem as though they're committing. Think of all the Republican senators. Like right now, all the Republican senators, congresspeople who implicitly supported this attempted coup are now saying how terrible it was. They denounce it, they reject it, while still supporting the underlying reasons why those people were motivated to attack the Capitol in the first place. You know? Like, what else do you expect from a group of people who will say, listen, the election is being stolen from you, your rights are being taken away, you're going to live in a Chinese slave state in a couple of years unless you don't rise up, drastic action is taken, you need to march to the Capitol. Then they march to the Capitol, and, 5 minutes later, we denounce the tragic and completely unexpected action which took place today at Capitol Hill. We firmly reject violence in all forms. We disavow the behavior of these. And then they say it's Antifa. Do you think any person who made this claim honestly believes that it's Antifa there? Do you think any person actually believes that? I mean, the people who initially made these claims, not the people who like heard it and regurgitate it. Like Matt Gaetz, for example. Do you think Matt Gaetz actually believes that when he just randomly fucking said it? Of course he doesn't. He knows he's lying. But he thinks he can get away with it. And he can, by the way. He can get away with it. We're at a point in this country right now where people can openly instigate insurrectionary attacks against our own capital and then immediately, bald-facedly lie right after with no evidence, just the most blatant possible lie to try to save face. Again, I've said this many times, but it's no exaggeration that democracy can't survive the existence of people like this. They need to be removed from power. There must be severe consequences for any association with this event or with this behavior. Little known fact, but Many senators were actually removed from power when they supported the Confederacy after the split between the two countries, after the secession. And the reason for that is because fundamentally, and this is something we all agree upon, by the way, this country, this democracy, can only function properly if the people who lead it are operating in good faith to promote democracy and the goodwill of the country. Democracies can't survive otherwise. It's interesting to me that the farthest right people who would most disagree with what I have to say are also usually the people who reject democracy because they think that it's weak and because it promotes infighting and inaction and so on and so forth. Which is interesting because in this case, the weakness in infighting is directly caused by the people who are trying to subvert democracy in the first place. Democracy functions, well, at least it functions decently if you're willing to remove the bad faith actors. The same way that you wouldn't continue hanging out with a group of friends if you felt they weren't taking you seriously, or if anytime you tried to go ahead and get food, they would keep driving you to a fucking gasoline pile or something, or a junk pit. You need to know when it's necessary to ditch people. I don't know. Oh, no, that's quite all right, Funny Rhetorician. We have a lot to talk about. Moment. Vosh, is it wrong to sometimes feel bad for Trump supporters because of how far down the brainwashing goes? It makes me sad to think people can get so low to actually believe this stuff. Yeah, of course, but you have to remember that the average German citizen was in the same point. It's perfectly okay to be sympathetic to the individual. The average Trump supporter, you have to understand, feels as though they're fighting a life or death battle for the preservation of democracy. If you actually do believe that Biden stole the election, that deep state agents corrupted the electoral count at every level, that Joe Biden has numerous ties to China, which is going to dominate and overwhelm the United States. If you believe all these presuppositions, it naturally follows that any action you could take, any whatsoever, that you could take to get rid of Biden would be just action, that it would be moral. That's a natural conclusion. The problem is that we live in different realities. And we live in different realities because people like the conservatives who are getting booted off Twitter right now have essentially made money from propagating a different version of reality to like the people who listen to them. That's the real problem that we deal with right now. Getting the moral arguments are generally pretty easy to make if everyone agrees on the same points. That's why, by the way, most arguments with Republicans, if you get most Republicans on here, I could get them to agree with most of Bernie Sanders' platform. I guarantee it. It wouldn't even be hard. I just don't have to mention, I don't mention Bernie Sanders, and I don't mention any specific policies. Instead, I say, do you think our tax dollars should be used to try to create a more efficient healthcare system? Do you think we should do a better job investing in our education so that people come out, they're more willing to participate in the economy, and they're just generally better educated? We're falling behind other countries. Like, I could very easily make these points. The reason why, yeah, super capitalism. The reason why these people then would agree with me and then they would go ahead and vote for Trump is because there's an extra set of irrational empirical beliefs they hold that I can't dissuade them from. If you think that like Joe Biden is like some adrenochrome drinking, like satanic worshiping pedophile or whatever, there's no rational argument I can make to move you off of that. Why do you think conservative demagogues are so obsessed with providing people arguments that are that irrational? Like, for example, Matt Gaetz saying that the insurgency at the Capitol building was done by Antifa. This is a demonstrably, objectively, and easily falsifiable fact. This is not this is one of those, you know, that saying from Hitler, it's easier to make people believe a big lie than a small one. He's right. Little fiddling about the details gets nitpicked, but if you're bold enough to just come out here and just do a big fucking obvious lie, people will believe you because their worldview depends on believing people like Matt Gaetz. Yeah, I'm like that Republican Congress lady. The Hitler was right about one thing. Well, that's why I'm not a elected official. That's why I'm a live streamer. But it's true, though. You understand, don't you? How am I supposed to argue with somebody who legitimately believes that it was Antifa who led that attack? How? Can you think of an answer to that? If you find one, please let me know, because I genuinely do not think there's a way. maybe stochastically, individually, one-on-one, you could like move them with enough evidence. But like anybody who's willing to accept that lie that readily has underlying thought processes which are indicative of serious problems that arguing with them isn't not effective. Vosh, that's not the Hitler quote. What was it? Goebbels? Oh, if you tell a big enough lie and say it frequently enough, it'll be believed. Yeah, that's basically like the mantra of the Republican Party. Well, you people are linking me so much stuff. What am I supposed to look at here? Okay, hold on. Socialist MMA says, hilarious how the right wing was more down for a revolution than the progressive left. Lamau. Yeah, Socialist MMA is a fucking moron. Don't listen to him. Tucker Carlson's segment on big tech censorship. Oh, Tucker Carlson and Glenn Greenwald. That's great. I love that Glenn Greenwald, a supposed leftist, is willing to not signal boost, sorry, willing to legitimize Tucker Carlson's arguments on big tech censorship when Tucker Carlson is a simp for Murdoch, the most destructive media mogul essentially in all of human history, responsible for the propagation of more destruction and misinformation than almost anybody else who has their hands in that game. But I appreciate that. Thank you, Glenn Greenwald. You're really knocking it out of the park with that one. I don't even care about the segment. Maybe I'll look at it later. I don't care. Tucker's based, bro. Tucker criticizes capitalism by saying every time a conservative gets banned off social media, he's there to say it's bad. Yeah. What is this? People are criticizing you for saying the people at the Capitol should have been shot. Oh, yeah, dude. So there's like a broader conversation to be had here about the security from the Capitol Police at the Capitol building. But yeah, like, I don't think this is particularly controversial. If you're protecting literal elected officials, I think the police like have the right to shoot people to defend the building. Is that really arguable? There were people in Destiny's community who was like, Vosh is okay with these fascist insurrectionaries being shot by Capitol Police, but he's not okay with the kids Kyle Rittenhouse killed. Better work on grounding your axioms next time, buddy. Even I bet you if I hadn't actually said from Destiny's community, you probably could have guessed that it was based on me saying that. Shouldn't they be tear gassed first? Yeah, well, yeah. You should obviously like work through an escalation of threat or like an escalation of perceived threat. There was actually like a broader conversation here to be had though, because Capitol Police there were not enough of them. What's interesting is, well, funnily enough, I saw on Destiny stream, apparently the mayor of DC actually rejected federal help for the security for Capitol Hill because she wanted to handle it on her own. But then I heard another person say the only reason why she wanted to avoid federal involvement was because the federal troops would be implicitly under the control of Trump. And the last thing that she wanted to do was put Trump-controlled troops in charge of defending against an attack by Trump supporters, because that would obviously lead to a bunch of, that would lead to a conflict of interest. Do you think the rioters actually would have hanged politicians if they could? Dude, they confiscated multiple pipe bombs and Molotov cocktails. That one guy went in there, they were armed. That one guy went in there with fucking handcuffs, like the police handcuffs, the plastic ones that you quickly zip over a person's wrist. Yeah, they brought, yeah. They absolutely would have killed or taken hostages. 100%. Zip ties, thank you, yeah, zip ties. They 100% would have killed or taken hostages, yeah. Yeah. There's no denying that. No denying that whatsoever. The mayor's letter didn't explicitly refuse them, but said they aren't necessary. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that was probably pretty dumb. I guess it would depend on how much control Trump would have had over those troops, or if there was another reason. But there was definitely a systemic failure there. Like, there's no denying that. Crystal Ball is a piece of shit? No way. I retweeted that tweet, so you don't need to provide that to me. Hunter Biden is trending on Twitter for a bad reason. Oh, shit. Hunter. What did he do? What the fuck am I looking at? Okay. I don't know. Share? I cannot share. Thank you. As I understand it, it seems like people are discussing some leak of pictures that make it look like he was fucking kids. I don't know. I mean, if he was fucking kids, that's pretty bad. That's pretty not good thing to do. Shouldn't do that. Good thing we didn't elect Hunter Biden. Parlor gone? Yeah, we talked about that. Do you think people will get bored when Trump's no longer around? Nah, the far right's going to continue to be active after Trump. Anyway, wait, we have way more to talk about. Sorry, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost looking at chat. You know I missed you guys, right? Did I say Arch Warhammer got hacked? No. Also, it's just Arch now. Yeah. Is there a difference between classical liberals and Trumpists? Nobody who calls themselves a classical liberal knows what classical liberalism is. By the way, so listen, okay, when somebody says they're a classical liberal, okay, you should be hearing the IQ detector beep in your head like a fucking Geiger counter, okay? You should be hearing like crackling in your brain as your fucking neurons try to flee the scene to avoid getting sucked into the black hole inside that person's skull, okay? Classical liberalism means a lot of things. It's a very broad, extremely broad set of beliefs, and I have literally never met a person describe themselves as a classical liberal who had any fucking idea what it means, okay? So maybe some of you guys are the lucky few. I don't know. A classical liberal, by the way, would in most respects be further to the left than like your average Democrat, though. In most respects, I would say. You're a classical liberal, right? I'm a classical libertarian. Different thing. Please talk about anti-police takes more, like Ash saying people shouldn't report insurrectionist Trumpers. Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. This is really stupid, okay? I saw people on Twitter, lefties on Twitter, saying, if you have information on fascists at Capitol Hill, you shouldn't give it to the FBI if they ask for it because you're helping the FBI. Would you apply the same, like, logic to pedophiles? Like, if I was like, whoa, dude, I heard this guy's a pedo, I'm gonna report that to the FBI tips line, would you be like, you're gonna help out the FBI? Like, no, okay? Like, Jesus. Seems pretty dumb to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how reasonable of a take that is. What if you had info on like a murder or something? A lot of people don't. Actually, this leads into our segment. We can just talk about this. Okay, get ready. All right, people, what's up? So, big topic today. We're going to talk about it in depth with all of our IQ, every one of them, every single IQ point. Big tech. What is it doing? Is what it's doing good? And do they have too much control over our lives? Now, this is an infuriating topic for me, because I feel as though this is actually a really nuanced subject, and there are a lot of people, both on the right and the left, who have incredibly essentialist perspectives on it, which are not only wildly impractical, they also make it functionally impossible to discuss the nuance behind these arguments. So let's give it a shot, okay? So, the first thing that we need to recognize is that there are two separate questions, okay? Now, obviously, we're talking about this because Donald Trump got banned off Twitter. So let's use that example as sort of like the instigatory subject, and we can discuss everything relative to that, relative to that event. So, question A, does big tech have too much control over our lives? Well, to me, the answer is yes, obviously. And that's a real problem, and something needs to be done about it. But then there's a second question. Was it good that Donald Trump was banned? And to me, the answer to this was yes. And these two questions are not mutually exclusive, nor are their answers. In fact, in many cases, they're actually completely separate to one another. Even if you believe, for example, the government has too much power, does that mean everything the government does is bad? Say, for example, you think the government has too much power. I think the government has too much power. I fucking hate the Patriot Act. Okay, listen, I'm not going to get into it. There are plenty of things the government does I'm not a big fan of, okay? At all. But let's say that I suddenly, I pick it up on the grapevine. I hear info about Johnny Rape Fingers. He's raped a different person with every finger. Really bad guy. Terrible person. And I have info to report them to the police. I have their hideout location or something. Okay? Now, just because I believe the government has too much power does not mean that it would not be good for me to turn this motherfucker in. Johnny. You agree on that, right? Look past the stupid name. You agree with this, right? The reason for that, the reason why that's so obviously fucking agreeable, is because the question, is a use of government power good, is not the same question as, does the government have too much power? We rely day to day on actions from the government and from private corporations to live our lives. I live in a society. Most of you do too, I imagine. And whether it's the food that I eat, or the gas that I pump into my car, or the clothes that I wear, or the electricity that runs to my house, whether it's the roads that I drive upon, or my assurance that people probably won't murder me when I go in public, because if they did, they would be arrested by a police officer, my life is dependent on good behavior from both corporations and the state. That goes the same for you guys too. So I don't understand why it is that every time somebody says X action from tech company was good, people immediately deflect and turn that into a separate question about whether or not big tech has too much power. It's like people aren't even interested in answering the first question. They just instantly jump to the second one. They don't even acknowledge the difference between the two. I can't tell you how many times I've said, yeah, I'm okay with this person being banned off social media. And then somebody retorts, don't you think there's a problem, though, with how much power social media has? Well, yes, I do think that. But that doesn't mean this instance wasn't good. I'm sure you've seen this. You've watched my channel, I assume. You recognize this has happened like a lot, right? The context of these individual instances matter quite a bit. Now, the problem is that here's the argument you will always hear, okay? Here's the argument you'll always hear. The slippery slope argument. If you ban Trump off Twitter, or all these conservatives, whatever, on Twitter, they're going to come after the left twice as hard, which is reductive for a number of reasons. Often, there's a legitimate thread there, because the left is maligned in a lot of ways, and because we are a legitimate threat to institutions with the power to malign us. But things are more complicated than that. So let's acknowledge this, okay? Why did Twitter ban Trump? Why? Anybody who thinks they banned Trump because he broke TOS is a fucking moron. And likewise, anybody who thinks that the only reason they banned Trump is because they wanted to get in good with Biden or because they hate conservatives, also an idiot. The reason why Twitter and Facebook and all these other companies banned Trump is because there was a combination of factors that allowed them to believe it would be beneficial to do so. It was probably a conversation they had for weeks beforehand with their investors and with everybody who had any hand in that decision. In reality, it was a combination of Trump having broken TOS to an extent, many times over the course of his presidency, and probably before, frankly, a massive instigatory event, the attack at the Capitol, in addition to a broad cultural shift against the actions of these far-right types to capitalize on the public denunciation of that attack on the Capitol. Additionally, you have, in all likelihood, some political playing here. In all likelihood, there's probably a decent, possibility that the fact that Biden is coming in influenced this. Do you think they would have banned Trump if he had actually won this election, but the insurrection attempt had happened anyway? Probably not. Because in all likelihood, Trump would have retaliated in some way against Twitter. He's been threatening to get rid of, what is it, Section 360, 320? What is it again? 230? 230, thank you. He's been threatening to get rid of that for a while, which is idiotic, by the way, because getting rid of 230 would make things way worse on the internet in every possible way, in addition to leading to more bans for political content creators. Way, way, way worse, let me tell you. But we've talked about that before. And also, the reason why they were comfortable banning Trump is probably because they wanted this to be part of like a broad sealing the tomb, so to speak. And now we have agreed in civilized social media platforms, we do not have room for these far-right, violence-enabling dipshits, okay? We seal the cask on them. We lock them in the tomb. We do it on all social media platforms. They did it collectively, and you're a fool if you don't think that Facebook wasn't communicating with Twitter, wasn't communicating with Instagram, wasn't communicating with the Google Play Store, Google Apps, and Apple Play Store. They all talked to each other, and they all collectively agreed, this is a thing we can get away with doing right now. It would be beneficial to the country. It would be beneficial to our stockholders. It would be beneficial to our PR. So boom. Now, I don't pretend to know Facebook owns Insta. Okay, well, whatever. I don't pretend to know all the complexities of why they made the decisions they did, because I'm not a stockholder in any of those major tech companies, but that's probably about what motivated it. Now, with all that being said, you have to ask yourself again, in a vacuum, without any other consequences being considered, like, for example, future retaliation against the left, is it good to remove Trump and all these far-right types from social media? The answer to that gets very complicated. I think it's an easy yes. I think these people do irreparable damage to our democracy. They lead millions of people down a road that is very hard to walk away from. I think it brainwashes people into believing empirically incorrect things. I think it's just destructive to the fabric of our society. Now, a lot of people would at this point invoke the First Amendment, to which I must remind them, of course, that we are not talking about government retaliation. We are talking only about the behavior of private companies. The First Amendment only prevents the government from retaliating against you based on what you've said, and even then there are some stipulations. You can't make death threats, for example, obviously. But that feels like a cop-out, doesn't it? Oh, so it's not the government. Does that really mean it's okay for big tech to censor us? Well, that's a complicated question, but I've had it before on this channel, and at the end of the day, yeah, websites can have terms of service. Do you think websites shouldn't be able to have terms of service? This is the thing. If you believe a website can be allowed to have a terms of service agreement, that is to say you have to obey certain rules when you're on there, it necessarily follows that that website is going to have a terms of service agreement, which is in line with maximizing the interests of the company that owns that platform. That's the case anywhere and everywhere. And since websites with no terms of service would be fucking insane, did you know it's not illegal to spam gore pictures and car accident photos to 7-year-olds on Facebook? You can do that legally, by the way. How would you feel if you went on a social media site and you were being spammed that, or your kids were being spammed that, and the person who was doing it could not be banned? Would that be good? Would that be a site you would want to use? Would that be something you'd think? Would you be like, yeah, fun? No, we're living it up in our TOS free website. Is that not covered under obscenity law? I'm sure there are ways they could do it without inciting retaliatory action from the government. Is Twitter considered a public forum? That's an irrelevant distinction for what we're talking about at this moment. The point that I'm getting at is that when you actually like follow down the road, websites need TOS. Even 4chan has a TOS. Like, if you don't have a TOS, the only thing that you would have any obligation to remove from your platform is explicitly illegal stuff. And that way, even if you're posting explicitly illegal stuff, like without the apparatus of a TOS, you'd kind of have to wait for like the government to step in. Because a TOS can also prevent you from posting stuff that's illegal, like actually illegal. And if you're not doing that, or like if you don't have a TOS to prevent that, like you'd have to wait for like a government takedown, or like you need TOSs, you need them. So if there are TOSs, it naturally follows that sometimes corporations will ban. That is just the inevitable conclusion of websites existing and social media websites existing. It's inarguable. Now, the follow-up question to that is, okay, even if you believe that getting rid of Trump was a good thing, and even if you also believe that it is essentially necessary for social media websites have terms of service, do you still think there's a problem with the fact that all of these multi-billion-dollar tech companies can privately talk with one another in the background and then afterwards essentially eliminate some forms of political speech from all relevant public discourse? And the answer to that question is yes. Of course that's a fucking problem. But the solution to that problem is not as simple as bitching every time those TOS restrictions lead to a good outcome. I don't like the fact that the police can, like, for example, what's that term? Asset forfeiture. I don't like asset forfeiture from the police. I don't like the fact that very often the police will just fucking pull over black guys and just pull them in on nothing, and they spend a day in the slammer and then they get pulled out. I don't like a lot of stuff. Civil asset forfeiture. Thank you very much. There are plenty of things that I don't like about the police. I don't like a lot of the stuff that the police do. I don't like the role they serve in society. I don't like the implicit agreements that they make with their communities that lead to them like selectively protecting some groups over another. I don't like that at all. Okay, I don't like that. But if Johnny Rape Fingers got arrested, I would not use that arrest as a soapbox to start complaining about society's role in the police. Do you think that's like, isn't that a weird time to do it? Like, really think about it. If like a rapist, if Weinstein got brought in, or Cosby was arrested, and you use that as an opportunity to start talking about the totalitarian role of the police in society, that's a little suspect, don't you think? A little suspect? Slightly, you know? I mean, you've probably seen it from like online libertarians, you know? Big anti-state types, but like, what do they complain about? Taxes in the age of consent. You wonder what their priorities are, right? That's the problem that I have with this. It really feels like if we want to have a conversation about the overwhelming power and influence of social media companies, it's weird that we keep doing it every time they do something right, like every time they do something that benefits society. Because let me tell you this much, friends, even if we got rid of the toxic incentives of social media companies, even if we lived in a post-capitalist, decentralized, socialist society with a strong public network that people have legal rights with, and like everything is solved, I would still be okay with like super crazy far-right people being banned from worker co-op businesses or from like publicly owned institutions. I would still be okay with that. The elimination of toxic state and corporate power doesn't mean everyone gets free reign everywhere all the time. Even if we fix the underlying problem with big tech having way the fuck too much power, even if we decentralized it or nationalized it or something, I would still be okay with that in some respects to some extents. Because the alternative is an environment where the public forum is amplified 1,000 times over and nobody can ever get taken down for anything. Even back when the public forum meant the town square, if you were over there screaming at the top of your lungs about like, actually, what would you get publicly denounced for back in like 1600? I was gonna say like being pro-rape. Would you get like publicly denounced for being pro-rape in 1600? I don't know. Maybe. I genuinely don't know. I'm not sure. Being a witch, I don't know. Think of some dumbass shit that an idiot would be advocating for 400 years ago, 500, whatever. Think about it. They could still be taken away from the public forum. Even if they have a legal right to that space, they would still in other ways be excluded from it. And social disclusion is kind of an important part of social roles. Much in the same way that the ability to shame or cringe at people is necessary in teaching others what acceptable behavior is, from stuff as simple as putting your elbows on the table, which I don't fucking care about, to like burping directly in other people's faces, which I think most people would agree is pretty rude, to like fucking hand-assing every lady you come across. The ability to restrict other people's like behavior through social incentives and disincentives is a necessary component of participating in civilized society. Period. It is. So when it comes to the expression of free speech, I don't know if I'd be okay with living in a society where every fucking neo-Nazi gets free reign to say whatever the fuck they want, and as long as they know how to game the algorithm, they can get like an infinite amount of clout and an infinite amount of exposure, and nobody can stop them because there were no social restrictions whatsoever on what you can say. I don't know if that would be a preferable society. In fact, I'm quite certain that it would not. There's a quote from Slavoj Žižek that I'm actually very fond of. I've thought about it a lot since, because I was, for a long time, a big proponent of the idea that everything should be able to be debated. And I still do believe that. There are environments where everything should be able to be debated. I mean, everything. You come up to me with the craziest shit. Okay, let's argue. I think that if you have a good idea, you should be able to defend it. And if you have a terrible idea, it should be able to be stamped. Keep in mind, fascists don't win public discourse by having better ideas. They win it with rhetorical tricks and demonstrations of strength and by harassing other people out of the arena. So do keep that in mind. There's a reason why there aren't like bespectacled fascist intellectuals who go on academic tours to discuss their ideas. There's a reason why all of the big far-right demagogues who fancy themselves intellectuals keep all their public engagement to YouTube videos and big speeches in front of podiums, as opposed to academic discourse, unless you forgot what happened to Jordan Peterson when he stepped in front of Slavoj Žižek, who I was talking about before I got sidetracked. Slavoj said this: I don't want to live in a society where the idea that rape is unacceptable is something that people need to debate to defend themselves. Which is a really interesting point, you know? The ability or the idea that you should be able to defend everything. This is in many respects a privileged position. From my perspective, arguments about, say, for example, race and IQ or sexual assault are relatively abstract. But if you're just like some random, like you're black or you're a woman or whoever, if you're not as privileged as I am, if you're in these positions, the necessity to constantly have to advocate for your own humanity, this is not a just society. I think certain values should be presupposed. I think some values should be taken for granted. And whatever values I think should be taken for granted, let me tell you, are the fucking opposite of what Nazis are advocating for. So even in a just society, even in a perfect society where we don't have big tech lording over us all the time, I would still want there to be some, I mean, depending on what type of society we're talking about, it gets more or less complicated, but some kind of social disinclination towards the values expressed by the far right. Not because they're far right, but because these views are anti-democratic and anti-humanity, because they're inhumane, because they're disgusting and reprehensible. And if I really have to, I can justify those beliefs. They're not irrational. I can explain why I think they're irrational or unjustifiable or inhumane. I can defend them. But do we have to defend them? Should we have to defend them all the time, non-stop, to an ever-encroaching, ever-growing network of Nazis online who can't be stopped because some dumb fuck thought removing website TOSs was the path to a free society? I say this: if we want a free society, if we want to free ourselves from the thumb of social media tyranny, there are many, 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 many more things to be concerned about and many avenues to approach. Better than and more than every single time a Nazi gets banned for advocating for violence, we clutch our pearls and talk about how actually the left is going to be next. In reality, it will eventually, it is the case that the left, there will be punitive action taken against us. But you have to understand that there are limits to these things. And the way our society moves right now, there are more people right now in America who agree with me on most issues than those who agree with Trump. And at the end of the day, if they were going to start banning people like AOC from social media, who's like one of the most prominent progressive voices in this country, they would be excising an unfathomably large portion of the electorate, which isn't profitable. So they're not going to do it. If there is action taken against the left, it'll probably be the far left, and it'll usually be those stupid enough to publicly attach themselves to PR disasters like the attack on the Capitol. And if that happens, I think it's bad, because I think it's good to silence Nazis, and I think it's bad to silence lefties. But if we're going to make that tactical argument, the conversation is so much more complicated, so much more nuanced than, well, if we let them ban the Nazis, then they'll ban us. That's how this works. When we let them ban the Nazis, a thing we have no control over, that means they have one right-leaning token, and then they need one left-leaning ban token to compensate. That's how it works. In reality, we have literally no control at all, whatsoever, over the way these big media companies handle their bans. The most we can do is weaponize outrage, which I think the left does fairly well. AOC has been tweeting every 15 minutes about how every single person who attached themselves to that attack on the Capitol should be yeeted both off social media and out of Capitol Hill, and I think that's great. Weaponizing social outrage is something that we can generally do better than they can because we're humane and they're not. Their outrage is stuff like, you're silencing, this is 1984 for banning us. And our outrage tends to be stuff like, we are dying and starving, give the people their voice, give the people their breath. We have a better argument. So we should use that, and we should rely on the superiority of our arguments. But for God's sake, for the last time, please, 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 stop reducing this conversation about TOS and bans and big tech to this highly reductive, nonsensical, liberal, free speech, extremist-derived, all social media bans are bad. Because A, they're not, and B, you're playing into a conservative victim complex. When clowns like Glenn Greenwald go on Tucker Carlson to affirm their victim complex that conservatives are being targeted by social media, you are doing harm to leftists, because conservatives aren't targeted for being conservative. They're targeted because they can't stop breaking TOS by harassing people and encouraging violence. That's their fault. There are conservatives who haven't gotten banned off Twitter. Nick Fuentes is a Nazi because he mostly avoids Fed posting on Twitter, because he's smarter than a lot of the trash who got banned. He has not been yeeted yet. There are conservatives on Twitter who I don't think should be yeeted off Twitter because I don't think they've broken TOS. All I care about is the rules and the way in which they are enforced. I don't want the rules to change. I don't want some new fucking Patriot Act like some cringy fucking liberals are advocating for, some new anti-domestic terrorism act. I do not want the FBI, the NSA, or the CIA to be given expanded powers when it comes to investigating political activity online. I don't want any of that. I don't want the government involved in this, and I certainly do not want an expansion of TOS, like now all conservatives get banned. The TOS is simple, you know? Well, you can read it on Twitter, Facebook. I mean, the sites are there. The TOS is there. If you break it, you get yeeted. Them's the rules, okay? Left-leaning people have been getting banned off of social media since time fucking immemorial. Lefty shit posters are all on their 18th fucking accounts because they keep getting banned for saying shit about Thatcher, okay? So quit pretending like the left is like this unaware sleeping bear that one day is going to get yeeted by big tech while the far right is duking it out in the trenches right now. That's not what's happening, okay? The far right, they made the devil's deal. They're stupid as fuck. They're getting banned. Laugh at them. If they come for you, defend yourself as well as you can in the free marketplace of ideas. Do your best to advocate. Weaponize outrage. Don't expand the TOS unreasonably. Don't expand the law. Just, for fuck's sake, don't perpetuate their stupid fucking conservative victim complexes, okay? I swear to God, if I see one more wannabe fucking lefty, okay, going online, going on fucking Tucker Carlson, rambling about how every delusional conceived fucking bias that Steven Crowder ever imagined existed is actually real, and not only is it real, but conservatives are being anti-corporate power and anti-hegemony by complaining about their bans for instigating violence against the Capitol, I'm gonna fucking lose it, okay? They're not the victims here. They never have been. The right is almost constitutionally incapable of being victims because it is their political modus operandi to victimize others. They exist to make victims of other groups. Victimizing them, or in this case, lessening their social capital, is a matter of self-defense. It prevents them from victimizing others. It is a defense of those to be victimized. But they are not themselves victims here, as much as they want to be. You see that comic artist, the one that Tim Pool likes so much, he drew like the Jewish gold star, the Jude star, except it said Trump on it. Like, they want to be victims so fucking badly. Don't give that to them, okay? Don't give that to them. Let them sail off into the distance on a ship made of their own delusions. All right. I feel like that was a decent segment. I never want to talk about this shit again. I'm so tired of the fucking TOS question. Okay, how was that? Do we all find that agreeable? I feel like that was pretty good. I feel like that was a pretty good argument. I feel like that was good. Yeah, the TOS question, yeah. All right, what are we looking at? We're seeing Joe Biden. Derek Evans, the West Virginia lawmaker who stormed the Capitol, announces resignation, based and pog-pilled. Bloodborne meme. I'll retweet that. That's good. Trump banned off Pornhub. Good. Okay, saw that. Saw that. Okay, good. Keeping it up. Keeping it up. Okay, see the show on head thing. We'll get to that in a little bit. Can you show us what ass grabbing is? Well, that would probably be when you grab an ass, right? What do you think of Peter Coffin's take that if you brand fascist supporters fascist, you're a fascist? Really bad take from Peter. Guys, you know the old adage when you're walking down a road in the forest and you approach a fork and there are two devils and one of them only tells truth and one of them only tells lies, okay? Why the fuck do you keep asking me for my perspective on the arguments made from the latter devil, okay? I don't fucking care. Peter Coffin, they exist to say stupid shit, okay? They are a robot designed by God to say dumb shit. I don't know why you would... Buggy, there's no guarantee for turning people away from the far-right rabbit hole, but I have a video to that effect. Have you seriously never heard somebody say, is it adage? Adage? What do you want from me? Adage? Is that it? That sounds dumb. That sounds stupid as shit. You all are fucking dumb. Adage? Sounds dumb. Y'all are dumb. 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 Dumb and stupid. Fools. It's a normal fucking word. Dumb. Yeah, it's a debate about the descriptive versus the prescriptive. It's I don't know. A lot of people have difficulty with this. Like, if a system is unjust, can there be justice within that system? The answer is obviously yes. Just because so every single system, every state apparatus that has ever existed in all of humanity, or government apparatus, has had some element of injustice. We have never been freed of that entirely. Whether you have the hereditary nature of like tribal societies to the same of the monarchy and the totalitarian nature of lords and aristocracy, but no matter what society we're talking about, there's always a degree, varying degrees, but always a degree of injustice. So, but does that mean there has never been justice? Has a lord never done good? Has a tribal chieftain never been honorable? Like, it's ridiculous. Has a police officer never done good? Some lefties will actually say no. No police officer has ever done good. I have seen lefties take that take. It's insane. Okay, like, I understand that cops spend most of their time, you know, being worthless pieces of shit, or the system precludes them from, like, meaningfully changing society, but, like, there are cops who will, like, stop a domestic abuse situation, or catch a murderer or a rapist. Like, that does happen, you know? There can be justice within unjust systems, and you can advocate for both. Like, you can advocate to make both better. Bernie is going to be the budget chairman in the Senate? Yeah, I'm going to fucking coom. Holy shit. What law were you talking about the liberals are advocating for you to disagree with? Oh, there have been some liberals who've been talking about, like, expanding the rights of the surveillance state to target terrorists or whatever. In reality, the number of people who die from terrorism are vanishingly small. Same with stuff like school shootings, same with stuff like, I don't know, shark attacks. If we're going to focus on expanding the influence of the state, I want it to be in healthcare, I want it to be in education. You can literally save thousands of times as many lives if you put a comparable amount of influence into that, you know? Like, so much better. Or like proper legislation against like opium, or the opioid crisis, you know? Go. I keep having friends for saying you're a shit YouTuber because of the whole Chinese child workers take. Chinese child workers take. Damn. I didn't know your friends were pro-child slavery. That's pretty fucked up. Jesus. Gotcha. Ginger plum chicken. That sounds delicious. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Banning Trump was a bad move, not because he didn't deserve it, but because it was done at the wrong time. It has allowed him to successfully shift the conversation away from the events in DC. Maybe? I don't know if... there's an argument that could be made there, but I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like it being immediate after the storming of the Capitol, along with all the other sites and all the far-right people, I feel like that makes it more clear what it's in response to. Because the argument that Trump got banned off Twitter because he instigated a terrorist attack is a little bit more convincing to most people than Trump got banned off Twitter at the end of his term because he did bad stuff during his term, you know? But I don't know. Can you get a citation for that Zizek quote, please? Oh, hold on. I don't know if I'll be able to find it because it was in a video. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to like look through all of his old fucking YouTube videos to see if I could find it. That's like a deep memory of mine, but I know he said it. I remember him saying it. Thoughts on Angie Speaks when to give one of the fascists a mutual aid hand job? Remember what I said about bad take machines? How do we try to form political parties to try and prevent? Oh yeah, speaking of reform GOP, hold on, wait. So, not worth it to debate ban justification. That's most of the defense I say for Trump. Breakdowns on why some tweets are fine and not in sight. I just rage quit a Matt Orff stream. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Most of the defense ban justification. Well, the thing is, conservatives want to have a conversation about big tech because it makes them feel like oppressed fucking Katniss Everdeen's. But in reality, like, the real conversation is, did he deserve to get banned off Twitter? For which, as far as I'm concerned, the answer is yes. It's not like you're silencing the president. Like, he has a... his house literally has a fucking press briefing room in it, you know? I give an ominous speech about how Antifa owns the world now? Yeah. Love to give those conservatives something to cry over, but it's sadly, no, Antifa doesn't own shit. Do you think any president will ever be impeached using the emoluments clause, considering a lot of Congress people are just corrupt in that respect? I'm not familiar enough with that clause to say. Don't want to look like a fool. Oh yeah, we should talk about 1984 and what Orwellian means, dude. Jimmy Dore going after TYT. Didn't Jimmy Dore come from TYT? God, he's such a fucking clown. TYT exposed as frauds while attacking Force the Vote. Oh, 50-minute video? What the fuck? Only I'm allowed to make videos that long, Jimmy. There's no way you're interesting enough to hold my attention for that long, you fucking hack. 50 minutes and 53 seconds. I guess other people like it. It's got 184,000 views.
So...
Sorry. 2 times speed? No. Would I debate perspective philosophy on veganism? No! We're done with vegan debates, okay? Wait, we're going to take a look at a thing. We're going to take a look at a video segment of Joe Biden being an idiot. But first, we're going to read some donos. We're going to read them fast. Don't be mad at me. Alpha T, thank you for the £2, comrade. Blaze Wallach with a very kind $10. Isn't it ironic how conservatives are lashing out because of this, yet crusade to ban porn? I mean, it'd be ironic if it weren't like their modus operandi for all of human history. Oh, hey, Merrick. Merrick, I saw you talk with Destiny, and I think I also saw you talk with Demon Mama. You've been making the fucking rounds. Yeah, bully Biden. All right, dumbasses. None of the fun with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Lying Peaches and Shaquille Oatmeal, lovely name, with the tier 1 subs. Derived from Latin with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Stream more. I've had to watch Destiny and now more capitalist. Oh no. Sorry, guys. Jampot, Delore Official, and Taylor Morgan. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5. I really appreciate that. Yeah, true. In my absence, you know. Kaju Kaiju and Rick, thank you for the $5. Good luck with your eye infection, Kaju. Jesus. And Rick, I'll keep that in mind. Emma Goldman with a very kind tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Gray Fullabuster with a tier 1 sub. My goodness. TJ Gamer and Content Official. Thank you very, very much for the incredibly kind 10 bucks. Agreed, Content Official. The algorithm did quite a bit of damage here. And interesting, TJ Gamer. Don't know who that is, but fuck them, I guess. Though I guess Shoe on Head was technically also at the protest, you know? Sake Tanuki, hello, the very kind $10. If the left had orchestrated this taking over the Capitol, they would have already been successful because they would have believed in electoralism and waited. True! In reality, the left already stormed the Capitol, okay? We got Cory Bush elected this past cycle, okay? We already stormed the Capitol. Never let him forget. Hold on. Fuck all you. Oh, yeah, and Jamal Bowman. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking my my chloroform. Anyway, we're going to run through some of these quickly, and then we're going to... I had a mustache here in my mouth. Continue talking about Joe Biden. Just an average bug trainer with a very kind 20 pounds. Thank you very, very much. Please endorse Vert from Neptunia as best waifu. Vert from Neptunia. We're going to let the stream decide. The best waifu. Ooh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. This is just not my aesthetic, okay? I'm really sorry. This just feels like some distilled anime to me, okay? This is some deep weeb shit, all right? So it's just not my thing. Listen, okay? If it's your thing, that's totally okay. But not necessarily my thing. What do I like about this, okay? I think I like the boots a lot. I do like the boots. But you know what? This is also the only character from Neptunia that I've seen, so I guess they'd be my favorite one. So there you go. You win in the end, right? Aiden Dom, thanks for the tier 1 sub. PRFC with a very kind $10. Duly noted, comrade, thanks. Void Campbell with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Gotcha, comrade. I'll inform my father. Sake Tanuki with a very kind 20 bucks. The right failed because they prematurely evacuated from their MAGA caves and went mask off in the middle of a pandemic. Dude, it is so fucking funny. It is so goddamn funny how the MAGA dipshits were so averse to wearing masks to own the libs that they didn't cover up their faces while committing a crime. What the fuck? Show the babies. Oh, yeah. This was from earlier. Artemy is being the weighted blanket to Pigeon here. Baby friends. Very good friends. Very good baby friends. Maybe I can just keep them up for a little bit while I read these donos. Some guy, Inkablu, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. I noticed a lot of the criticism of you is socialism isn't just capitalism with co-ops. Also, a friend thinks the far right is already gone because of deplatforming. Nice. Well, good thing I have never made the claim that socialism is just capitalism with co-ops. I get strawmanned a lot, though. A lot of lefties, they're mad because before me, the online left were just a bunch of cavemen trying to plug square pegs into circle holes, okay? And then I came in, I showed them the proper hole, all right? That slid in, and they've resented me ever since. That's how it is. James Carnegie and Gerard, thank you both very much for the 10 pounds and dollars respectively. I really appreciate that. Many of my conservative friends don't understand why these events are labeled terrorism when BLM protests cause more damage and are not labeled similarly. What would be a good response to that? So, first of all, I'm pretty sure that the attack on Capitol Hill did more damage than any other singular BLM protest. The BLM protests went on for years and have gone on in thousands of locations all over the country, which means that comparing them in terms of like raw property damage isn't the same. Also, terrorism isn't described by property damage. Terrorism is a deliberate attempt to inflict damage on a civilian population in order to terrorize or to promote a particular political point. People protesting and rioting is not the same as a coordinated attack on the capital of the nation. These are very, very different things, like massively different things. Early predictions for the GOP 2024 ticket. Who's that crazy fucking fascist with like no charisma whatsoever? Holly. Yeah, Holly. Holly might be a good shot. Ooh, we'll have to see. We'll have to keep our eye on that motherfucker. I feel like Cotton is rolled out. Holly seems like the favorable pick right now, but we have 4 years, so we'll see. The Tommy Pog D and Watts the DM, thanks to the 2 months of Rainbow Cake with a very, very kind $20. Agreed, and we'll talk about that shortly. Very much agreed. Judah Rad, thank you for the 2 consecutive donuts, $5 and $10 respectively. Really appreciate that. Where was Antifa when we needed them? Yeah, well, maybe next time, eh? We'll get there. Spliff Killow with the tier 1 sub. My pleasure. Artemis, the tier 2 sub. Thank you. I miss me streaming as well. Howard D, thanks the $2. Joe Lofaro with the $10. Much appreciated, comrade. Parker Wallace, Hellion Fire Slam Brew, and Dumb Bunny, all with the incredibly kind $5. I really, really appreciate that. There weren't that many Capitol Police because they're off-duty pals. The riot said don't come in today. Yeah, we'll see. Bosch makes bank doing this shit. I mean, I'm like the second largest political streamer online, right? I guess technically Tim Pool streams during weekdays, but yeah. Who's the largest? The largest is easily Hassan. Hassan is several times larger than I am. But Hassan caters to a market that I'm not even capable of appealing to. Random Thought, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Cumbeast and Jojo Queen, the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Did you see they're photoshopping CP and claiming it's Biden's son as a distraction? Right now, genuinely triggering. I can't, I won't, I'm not familiar with the details. As a general rule, if the far right is making accusations that a Democrat is a pedophile, they should be vetted very thoroughly before being believed, because those motherfuckers lie about it very willingly. Fellow worker John, Tom Dillon, and Hellion Fire, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Yeah, I've seen people comparing that lady who was shot at the protest to, Breonna Taylor. Very big brain comparison. Bad Walrus, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Cody Griffith with the incredibly kind $15. Thank you. Will this be progressives versus fascists now? We'll have to see, comrade. I hope. It's preferable to milquetoast liberals versus fascists. Oh yeah, Ashtray. Hassan and I do different types of things. Definitely. Melancholia and Dendrago, thank you for the $5. I very, very much appreciate it. W. Alexander, Vosh's Cringe. True, Rusty Shackleford with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Bernie Brosophus with a tier 4 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. That is incredibly kind of you and so handsome. Void Carmel, thank you for the very kind $10. Using a combination of vitamin C, D, and zinc help clear up most of the general discomfort. I'll advocate for that, yeah. Besides, everyone should be taking vitamin C pills anyway because they're basically candy. Vitamin C pills are super tasty. Everyone knows it. Dolphin and Max Haynes, thank you for the $5. Yeah, iFunny has been a far-right breeding ground for a while. But yeah, they're going to have a lot of Nazis on there. A lot of the alt-right is kids. The alt-right is like... I feel like the main like groups for the alt-right are like 11 to 16-year-olds and then like 50-year-olds and on, you know? Hydra, Mary, Hellium Fire, and Vosh Cringe. Thank you very much for the very kind $5. I really appreciate that. Yeah, one of the Capitol police officers, they ended up getting killed when their head was crushed by a fire extinguisher. Yeesh. Definitely an instance where I will say that that was a very unjust instance of a police officer dying while on duty. Jesus. Mocha Bear, 831, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $20. Vosh, genuine question. The more the country divides and I see these racist double standards, I find myself as a black man slowly becoming more and more racist against white Americans. How do I stop this? Man, unironically, probably make some good white friends. I don't know, dude. Look, we're in pretty rough times right now, but you have to understand that, like, if the full like Republican far right machine riles up, it's gonna be Latino people also like marching down the streets with their fucking guns and uniforms. Okay, we're reaching a point now where it's not explicit racial exclusion that defines the racist element of the right, but rather a you're on our side till you're not kind of exclusion. Like, they allow black people, they allow brown people to work with them. At the end of the day, the material conditions are what we fight against, not the race of people, you know? I mean, is there something wrong with the whites? Obviously. But it's not because they're white. They're just... Listen, they're weak and susceptible, okay? Kazmak and Dr. Lenzo18, thank you very much for the incredibly kind tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I couldn't tell you, Kazmak. That sounds like a rough one. Dark Vent, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Mexaball Nation and Warframer Gaming with the $10. Both really appreciate that as well, comrade. Almost died today. Had an asthma attack on the edge of a cliff, but thankfully I fell onto the ground instead of off the cliff. What the fuck, Warframer Gaming? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I share your happiness that you're alive. Jesus. It's a rough one. Jesus. Moostar, Vontux, and Sergio Celeste, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Bosch, please cut that triangle in your hairline. It's been bothering me. You mean my widow's peak? No, I think I'll keep my widow's peak. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's okay. W. Alexander, thanks to the 840. Slamber with a very kind $10. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, Zizek, I generally pretty based. Naure with $2. Thank you. Peggy Uwu with a very kind $10. My rich white dad said he used to throw out Indian men's resumes because they were all lazy, but says he's not racist. Help. I can't help you with that, You know I can't help you with that. Come on. That does suck, though. Good luck. All right, there are still donations to be read, but there's also cringe to post, so let's take a look, huh? Socialist MMA being cringe. Don't be redundant. All you have to do is say socialist MMA, okay? You don't need to... If you aren't trying to tear the system down, you are complicit. We really do need a reckoning on the left between, like, people who know what the fuck they're talking about and people who just virtue signal with, like, vaguely revolutionary language. If you aren't trying to tear the system down, you're complicit. I guarantee you that if I asked him what that means or what tearing the system down means, he would have no fucking idea. And I guarantee you, like, this guy's day-to-day life is indistinguishable from your, like, average fucking, like, yuppie socialite, always online Twitter user, okay? I fucking guarantee you, okay? All the people who go on Twitter and post that shit, if you're not tearing the system down, you're complicit. They go out, they get their fucking frappuccinos and their lattes, they participate just as much as anybody else, and then they go on Twitter to virtue signal, okay? It's super fucking obnoxious. It doesn't lead to anything. It's not revolutionary. It's not brave. It's just cringe. And it makes all the other leftists look like a bunch of fucking slacktivists, okay? Real people who do real activism and advocacy in real life don't spend their fucking off hours bragging about it on Twitter, okay? Let's go. Joe!
And you have called for unity and healing in this country. But after the events of Wednesday, does that make your job easier or harder?
I think it makes my job easier, quite frankly. I've had a number of my Republican colleagues, former colleagues, I used to serve in the Senate for a long time.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, 1 second. If I was being asked this question in Joe's position, I would also say it makes it easier, because my goal would be to politically disenfranchise Republicans. And after so many of them were complicit in enabling an assault on the Capitol, their behavior makes it way easier for me to politically justify their excision. However, I don't think that Biden wants to do what I want to do.
Call me. Many of them are as outraged and disappointed and embarrassed and mortified by the president's conduct as I am and Democrats are. And I think...
Wait, it's not just the president. It's also like half of all Republican elected officials. How many was it in the Senate and the Congress? It was at least like 100 of them put together in some form or another. Like either I'm getting a lot of numbers in chat, but it was quite a few of them who either openly praised what happened at the Capitol up until what happened at the Capitol actually happened, or they continued to perpetuate they would like voted to disenfranchise or like to ignore the election results from given states and what have you.
I have said from the beginning, and I have not changed my view, my overarching objective is to unify this country. We must unify the country. And I think that you've heard me say this before, and I apologize for repeating myself, but understandably the questions are repetitive.
Vosh, isn't shutting and making propaganda and stuff for Republicans the same thing Republicans are doing for us? What do you mean? Like we both drink water and breathe air. The goal, like, I am a person who believes in democracy. I'm a Democrat in like the literal sense. And insofar as that remains the case, it should be my objective to politically disenfranchise anti-democratic people. Like, that's a no-brainer. I think some people tripped and hit their head, and they think free speech means like all ideas are equally acceptable, which is not the fucking case. If you can use the law or whatever social power you have to prevent literal fucking fascists from taking over our government, you should absolutely do that. 100%. Like, the alternative is to accept oblivion. Like, this has happened in fascist movements before. The longer you let them fester, the harder it is to deal with them. I feel like America might actually be too far gone already with how many Americans believe this election was stolen.
And good. I mean, I'm not being critical of the question. And that is that there's two ways people are inspired: by inspirational leaders and by terrible leaders. By terrible leaders. What this
he's going to say he agrees with Hitler on one thing.
This president has done is ripped the Band-Aid all the way off to let the country know who he is.
Okay, I
and what he's about.
Agree with this.
And how thoroughly unfit for office he is.
Okay.
And you see already a number of Republicans. I was so proud. I know we're on opposite sides. I'll get criticized from some of the people in my party for saying this, but I've worked very hard with and against the former soon-to-be former majority leader, Mitch McConnell.
Now, see, this is this reaching across the aisle bullshit, okay? Yeah, 138 House Republicans and 7 Senate Republicans voted for rejecting the Pennsylvania election results. Like, we're talking about like a significant portion of the electorate openly rejecting democracy. This is not a reach across the aisle both sides kind of thing. Admittedly, the only reason they did that is because they knew it wasn't going to work and because they didn't want to displease Trump on the way out, because they want to continue getting elected, because if you displease Trump, then Trump fires at you on Twitter, but now he can't go on Twitter because he's banned from Twitter, but even if he was, he could have. But, man, look, Joe, your job is to reach out to the entirety of the country, and that's great. But that doesn't mean you have to reach out to the fascists they elect, okay? Those are not the same thing.
I thought what he said on the floor of the United States Senate was, in fact, the right thing to do. He stood up. He's ashamed. I spoke with a guy I have enormous respect for, and I ran against him, Mitt Romney. I spoke to Mitt this morning again. This is a man of enormous integrity, who lives his faith. There are so many more, but there's others who should be ashamed of themselves. But they make up a minority of the Republican Party. This isn't about—
It was over 100 of them. I mean, I guess they do technically make up a statistical... So, first of all, we're only talking about the people who voted to reject the Pennsylvania election results, okay? When we're talking about everybody who perpetuated this lie that the election was stolen with no evidence, this is a majority of the Republican electorate. Now, Mitt Romney did stand against this, but Mitt Romney does that from the position of being a fucking Republican. If Mitt Romney had any character, he would be a Democrat. Oh, they voted to reject Arizona and Georgia as well. Yeah. But the point, now, okay, I don't know, maybe Romney is the least bad Republican, but we're dealing with a party that is like fundamentally fucked here. Like, you can talk all you want about how so many of them are ashamed, but hey, you know what I want? If we really want to talk about shame, okay, I want them to get up there on stage, okay, and I want them to get up there and fucking apologize in full fucking length, okay? Listen, here's the question to you guys, okay? Why is it that when a naughty little boy in second grade does something bad, they have to write out an apology, 100-word apology essay, okay? Why is that the case? But we have portions of the electorate which are trying to facilitate an insurrection who are rejecting democracy, and they don't have to write out and publicly deliver a gigantic apology. Why? Explain to me, okay? I want to see that. I want to see fucking Matt Gaetz, fucking Pence, all of them. I want to go up there, the big old thing, and I want to talk. I want to hear them at length. I want to hear them reject Trump. I want to hear them reject the insurrection. I want to hear them openly say that there was no evidence of any misappropriative behavior with regards to the 2020 presidential election. I want the whole goddamn row. I want them to look red in the face, then walk off, and then it's time for the next one. We do every single fucking one of them, okay? And then I still want them out of government. I just want them to be sad on their way out, okay? I just don't like this language. Like, Joe Biden is like, they're ashamed. They're ashamed. Look, they're so sad about what happened. Well, fucking prove it. Show it to me. Indicate to me in some way that you weren't just opportunistically taking advantage of the presence of a fascist president and aren't just now walking away from it. Show me shame. I want to see the red cheeks on your face, the face cheeks.
About Republican Democrat anymore. This is about people who understand what this country's about.
No, no, it's Republican Democrat. No, it is definitely Republican Democrat, okay? What is this like? He always defers to these meaningless fucking virtue signals. It's insane. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about those who understand the soul of the heart of the nation that is written in the ink of the language of the Constitution, which said in the eyes of the forefathers of this country, the words of the heart of the... Like, fuck, dude. No, this is a very clear party line between who did the bad and the good here.
And the things we have to agree on and move together on. I just think that...
Sorry, I really wish Bernie was the guy speaking here. And the American people will not be happy until they see heads roll. Therefore, as a sign of good faith, I ask that one in every Republican willfully march up. No. In a video game, obviously.
If you look at it, speaking to some of my Republican colleagues, and I've spoken to a number of them over the last month since we've been elected, through recently as the day in which this god-awful debacle was taking place up on the Hill. And I think they understand that they're going to have to, we need a Republican Party. We need an opposition that's principled and strong.
No.
And I think you're going to see them going through this idea of what constitutes a Republican Party.
No, we do. No, we don't. That's not how this works. Man, this is what people say about liberals, man. Can you believe, can you imagine the speeches at the fucking 1945 in Germany? Can you imagine them getting up there? Listen, this is not about the Nazis or the Weimar Republic. This is about good versus wrong. Now listen, I disagree with what the Nazis did, but Germany needs a strong, principled Nazi party. Like, I don't, like, no, we don't need it. America would do just fine. Well, I don't like Democrats either, but I think that having a country where it's, how about instead of the two parties be Democrat and Republican, we have Democrat and Super Democrats, okay? How about that? Can we roll that way? What about that one? Would that be, would that be okay? We'll do a leapfrog, okay? We have the Republicans and the Democrats, and we just whoop, and we take the party farther to the left, okay? And that's the other party. And then the Democrats can be the Republicans.
And to hear some of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, talk about how shameful it is of the way Ted Cruz and others are dealing with this, how they're responsible as well for what happened.
Do you think some of them should resign? Should Senator?
This is an easy yes. They absolutely, if you don't even think they should resign after rejecting democracy and promoting a fucking seditious attack against the Capitol, Oh, wait, maybe he'll say it.
Cruz or Senator
Well,
Hawley resign?
I think they should be just flat beaten the next time they run.
Man, Joe, come on, man. Real? You can't even admit that. You can't even say that. Literally enabling like a attempted coup, attack on the Capitol. First time the Senate session has had to flee in all of American history. Cop died. I mean, you all seem to care about that a lot. They aren't going to resign, so it's better just to say this. No, the left, by the left, I mean everyone the left of fucking Goebbels, okay? The people who aren't on the far right need to be weaponizing outrage right now, okay? Listen, every December, I have to spend a month hearing about how as a leftist, I want to destroy Christmas. Why can't the left weaponize outrage better, okay? They literally attacked the Capitol. You should be doing everything in your power. Everything. Fuck them. They should resign. I want them out of here. They are a disgrace. They are un-American. I want him to be, he's angry, punitive, like a pastor promising hellfire. Every person who's not a Republican should be doing this. And the Republicans who didn't agree with that should be doing this. I think that would be optically preferable. We don't want people to get the impression, this is what the Republicans want you to believe. You don't want them to get the impression that this is okay. The Republicans are already whitewashing everything that happened. They're already, well, whatever. Only a couple people died. BLM did more property damage. It's not that bad. It's just, we should have protests by First Amendment rights. They're already whitewashing everything that's happening. And you're enabling them. You're allowing them to do that unless you are willing to condemn them in the strongest possible language.
I think the American public has a real good, clear look at who they are. They're part of the big lie. The big lie. I was being reminded by a friend of mine, and maybe you were with me, I can't recall, when we were told that, you know, Goebbels and the great lie, you keep repeating the lie, repeating the lie.
I said this earlier.
Well, there was a print that when Dresden was bombed, firebombed, there were 250 people that were killed. Or was it 2,500 people were killed? And Goebbels said, no, 25,000 or 250,000 were killed. And our papers printed that. Our papers printed it. It's the big lie. People will know it's one thing for one man, one woman, to repeat the lie over and over and over again. By the way, Trump said that before he ran. If you say it enough, I'm going to convince you. I'll say it enough. The press is bad. The press is bad. The press is bad. The press is bad.
Okay, I mean, well, this is all correct, obviously. But
if he's the only one saying it, that's one thing. But the acolytes that follow him, like Cruz and others, they are as responsible as he is. And so it's not about whether or not they get impeached. It's about whether or not they can continue to hold power because of the disgust the American people have for their actions. There are deep
impeachment is a legal function of the government. If you impeach somebody or call on them to resign, you are operating within the legal allowed limits of your power. What was illegal was leading the attack on the Capitol. That was illegal. What would be legal was impeachment. That, man, come on. There are Democrats that are already drafting impeachment papers that are going to be filed on Monday. Biden is currently the head of the party, and he can't even step up to like signal boost this. So now impeachment is going to be a fucking progressive Dem thing. It's going to be a justice Dem thing. You know, the crazy far left idea that maybe there should be some kind of legal consequences after leading an attack on the Capitol building in an attempt to reject democracy. That's a far left idea. Joe won't even stand behind it, which means that the party isn't going to stand behind it.
decent people out there who actually believe these lies because they've heard it again and again. I was with a friend of mine who's a medical doctor telling me that his neighbor said to him, he lives in another state, his neighbor's a good person, said, but you know, Doc, this is true. There's a lot of chicanery that went on in this election. He said, tell me what? Well, I just know there was. They say it is. They say it is. This is a human condition. You say it and say it and say it and say it.
Okay.
The degree to which it becomes corrosive is in direct proportion to the number of people who say it. And so it's interesting to me, and I would.
What is this from today.yougov.com? 6 in 10 voters see the storming of the Capitol building as a threat to democracy. 6 in 10. 4 in 10 don't see the president leading an attack against the Capitol building to delay the fucking certification of election results as an attack on democracy. Of course, basically all Democrats agree that it's a threat to democracy. Independents are split, 55-32, undecided probably being the median. And then Republicans are mostly saying it's not a threat to democracy. This, again, like, yeah, YouGov isn't the best polling source, but it's something to look at. It's something in this ballpark, though. This is a party issue. This is a party issue. Dems versus Republicans.
Was pleased to hear some of the more prominent Republicans say to me that the Ted Cruzes of the world are as responsible in terms of people believing the lies.
Then who the fuck is Joe appealing to right now? Joe is appealing to the same group of people that I guess that Joe's been appealing to his entire life. Joe is appealing to the people in the Democratic Party who want things to return to normal. That is what Joe is appealing to right now. But I think what a lot of establishment Democrats don't realize is that that group of people is shrinking. There are fewer and fewer people who have bought into the lie of the end of history. Even your wine moms and your suburbanite NIMBYs are getting more and more agitated with the Republican Party. I don't think most Democrats want bipartisanship hand-holding across the aisle. I think most Democrats want Republicans to be ousted. If you agree, as evidently most Democrats do, that the president led an assault on democracy against our Capitol, then the logical follow-up to that is not, but now let's work with them. The logical follow-up to that is, let's make sure that never happens again. The easiest way of achieving that is, of course, to have far fewer Republicans in government. Whether you impeach them or call on them to resign or get rid of the Electoral College or anything, that's the easiest way to do it. I don't think the voter base of the Democrats is as willing to just lean back on the myth of bipartisanship as they were back during the Clinton era. I know that because my family would talk about that. My parents talk wistfully about the Clinton era because the economy was good and it seemed the Cold War was over. It seemed like things were, picking up. And back then, a lot of people did like this idea of bipartisanship. And bipartisanship was more viable back then because we are so partisan right now, but that hasn't always been the case. It used to be that many Democrats would side with Republicans on some issues, and many Republicans would side with Democrats on some issues. But that's not the case anymore. The two parties pretty much split straight down the road with very, very, very little agreement between them. And there's not much to be done about it except make sure your side wins. It's that simple.
Not as responsible, but similarly responsible like Trump. But they didn't say, go to the Capitol. I'll be with you. Follow. That's a different story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All the
Thanks, Joe.
available doses. Can you guarantee that everybody can get their second shot on time?
Dab on him.
The answer is I'll be talking about that on Friday.
On Friday?
Oh, that's nice. He actually responded. I don't think... Because every time Trump leaves a conference, he tries to run the fuck out of there. He actually paused and listened before responding. That's cute. Okay. I didn't expect that. Yeah, look, just the last time the Democrats stood for something, they won the presidency 4 times. Well, okay, that's a little reductive. The only point that I'm trying to make, and this is an important one, okay? And it's that the myth of compromise is beginning to wane, okay? The Republicans have not once in the past decade indicated a willingness to compromise with Democrats. So why should we run on being the one person holding our hand out? How many times do they have to have the little trick buzzer, the one that shocks you when you handshake? How many times do they have to dupe us for us to pull off on that? Yeah, Republicans literally ran on obstructionism. Republicans would boast that they would make it impossible for Obama to govern. They would boast about that. They would actually say, like, not according to us, he's not going to get shit done, not with us in there. They don't run on affirmative change or on doing anything good or on doing anything, really. Their only goal is tax cuts, fewer social protections for minorities, and making sure Democrats can't do shit. And that's it. But now we're going further than that. Now there is a significant portion of the Republican Party who we know for a fact will reject democracy if given an opportunity. Didn't happen this time, but there's at least 140 Republican electorates who we know the next time a dear leader comes around will be willing to side with them. And this time it ends in a whimper. Maybe next time it ends with a bang. You don't know until it happens, but you should prevent it from happening again. You sound like the Joker. Wait, is this a meme? Vosh, what the fuck, dude? This kind of rhetoric is destructive. Do you unironically want to destroy USA and make China the global hegemon? US parties need to ally. What? Is that a meme? Are you trying to bait me? I assume that's a meme. One of these days, I need to get a Trumper on here to talk about foreign policy. I've never done that before. That'd be really funny. I'm the Joker, baby. China is scary. China is scary. There are China. I do think that China is a threat to the global proletariat, much as the USA is. Okay, guys, I see the links. I'll ban if you spam. Holy fuck. Giuliani quoted Nick Fuentes. He says like Nick Funes in that quote or something, okay? Holy shit, quit spamming. Jesus fucking Christ. You can see, you know I'm looking at chat. I don't know if it's Nick Fuentes or not. He says Nick Funes or something like that. Funi. I don't care if it's him or not. It's funny either way. Yeah. Funes. Then acknowledge it? I don't need to acknowledge every single fucking thing. I should ban all of you. I will ban all of you. One day. If they don't impeach and convict him, he will run for president in 2024. I don't know, dude. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he'll die from being fat. Or I keep saying stabbed to death by a child prostitute. It's not exactly impossible. Friend of Epstein. When do we get you as a cat boy? I will never dress up as a cat boy on here. I already wore a, what is it, a lynx kigurumi or something? That was enough. I don't really have a femboy aesthetic going on. Yeah, I don't think it would be yeah. Maupin compares Nazi to George Floyd. Oh, that's great, dude. Folks, Ashley Babbitt did not deserve to die. That's the woman, the QAnon-obsessed woman who stormed the Capitol and got shot. Neither did George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. Caleb. Jesus Christ, Tank is I don't even think he's a tanky. He's farther than that. He's farther gone. Is it true your audience has a high percentage of trans girls? Yeah, well, I think so. It seems like that's the case. It's impossible to get, like, perfect polling, but it seems like, yeah. Early on in my career, I did a lot of trans-oriented debates. Now we don't do them as much anymore because I won them and people have shut the fuck up about trans people because they know they'll get smacked by me if they don't. That sounds a little bit boastful, but I think that's unironically the case. Who would be stupid enough to have those arguments with me now? Oh yeah, true, Comrade Yamato, you did very cool. Wait. Vosh, your chat's portrayal of that woman is retarded. Their words, not mine. They're unironically calling her a Nazi. What the fuck, dude? She was just a brainwashed woman. Well, hold on. I don't think she was a Nazi. I think she was QAnon, but there's nothing mutually exclusive between being brainwashed and being a Nazi. Those Nazis were brainwashed. The thing a lot of people don't like to think of is that in terms of like general behavior and intellectual predilections, there's not much of a difference between your average QAnon believing like uncle and like a Nazi back in the Nazi government, 1937 or whatever. There's not really that much of a difference. Like what you'll find is usually it's not like a very strong intellectual, very consistent, very principled set of beliefs. It's usually just angry, enraged conspiracy, you know? Like, we've argued with Nazis here. It's not... Psychological research on former Nazis revealed no abnormalities in them. Yeah, because being collectively brainwashed isn't the same thing as having a psychiatric condition. Being irrational doesn't mean that you have, like, schizophrenia. The fact of the matter is, and nobody likes to acknowledge this, and that's why there were so many psychiatric tests during the Nuremberg trials. People don't like to realize this. Healthy brains can succumb to brainwashing to the point where they act indistinguishably from those who are mentally ill. People don't like to function that way. They don't like to realize that. But unironically, having talked to people with schizophrenia, your average QAnon supporter is less rational than they are, even though only one of those things would show up on a psych test. Did I see Tim Pool shit talking you? No. Uh-oh. Is the truce broken? Are we going back at it? Uh-oh. Shu, even Alex Jones is sick of QAnon. Wait, let me look. Oh, if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, in all of its haphazard glory, you should consider subscribing to my channel, dumbfuck. On the YouTube channel, where you click the subscribe button. And then you know what? Click the bell. Click that bell, too. You should click that bell afterwards. Because then you'll know when I put videos out. Well, I debate perspective, philosophy, and veganism. I don't want to debate veganism. Dude, the veganism debates are so fucking lame. They're so fucking lame, dude. I agree on, like, everything. The agreement is, like, supererogatory versus obligatory behavior. It's super dumb. Give us the cum? Yeah, true. Good. It's a nice haircut, man. Did you get the beard work, too? This haircut took 3 minutes from Hyena and my beard trimmer, so... But I haven't done any work on my beard. So thank you, Hyena, for making my hair look nice. It doesn't even have a fade. It's just the hair trimmer. I knew the rioter who got fired because he wore his company ID to the riot. He got kicked out of a gaming club he went to for not respecting personal space. He looked like the kind of guy who wouldn't respect personal space, to be perfectly honest. Does anybody know what that Tim Pool thing was referring to? That person was probably lying. Usually if somebody as large as Tim Pool is... Oh, wait, here we are. Tim Pool. Ah, here we go. I'd love to have this talk with him. Voss should take the libertarian out of his bio now. Wait, how did I not know this? Wait, he knows where we live? Dude, this Adam Krigler, every time I read this guy's name, I think it's Adam Cringler, because this guy is such a fucking cringelord, dude. This guy, let me tell you the legacy of this man, okay? Adam Cringler, okay? This is the former fucking co-host to Tim Pool IRL before it turned out he was too crazy for it, okay? He's super far right. When I came to visit the compound to visit Tim Pool in his show, he stayed upstairs in his bedroom and didn't leave the entire time, like an unironic fucking spoiled child, mad that he wants to play the game box, but there are fucking family friends over, okay? He stayed up there the entire time, and afterwards, he apparently he like live tweeted complaining about me being there on Twitter, the entire fucking time. And then afterwards, he started saying that now they need to be careful with me because now that I know where he lives, I could dox them. Like, he started fear-mongering about that. He's, no, this Adam Cringler is not Weed Lord, or Moon Lord, sorry. Moon Lord is another guy. Moon Lord's cool. This is a different guy. This is the guy that Moon Lord replaced. Yeah, Moon Lord replaced this guy. Anyway, this guy is such a massive fucking bitch baby. It's insane. Did they not realize that you doxing them would be destructive to their business? Adam Cringler is hyper irrational. Also, it's not a they thing. Tim Pool's not as stupid as Adam is. What, like, so like from a logical, if you think about it rationally, like if I ever did make the decision to dox a fellow content creator, that would be the end of my career as well. Why would I ever do that? Additionally, what do I benefit from like doing that at all? Like what possible benefit do I get from that? It's just like fear mongering from baby brains, you know? Apparently you're not a libertarian anymore. Yeah, libertarianism doesn't mean allowing authoritarians to do whatever they want. That's not what libertarianism means. It really is a shame because I learned about the paradox of tolerance like a really long time ago, and it was really simple and really easy to me, but I feel like it's one of the biggest things people struggle with, you know? If anything, Adam Cringler would be the one to dox Tim Pool. Yeah, because he's like a bitter former coworker or something. Yeah. Anyway, you guys ready for the ultimate secret to being an online content creator? Never engage on Twitter. That's what I learned, baby. Never, ever, ever engage on Twitter. There's no fucking point, okay? It's a total waste of time. Such a waste of time. You get nothing from it. Nothing! You get nothing from it. It's true. It's true. Okay. What is this thing from Alex Jones? I would love to have Adam Cringler on at some point. I think that'd be a very funny conversation. Adam doesn't work with Tim anymore. Why was he there when you went? I don't know if I can say. I think he like lives there or something. I have no idea. He was just like chilling. It was really fucking awkward. When I was just like enjoying this giant manor or something, and then it was like, oh, by the way, here's this guy. He's like tweeting about you, but he's in his bedroom. He doesn't want to say hi. It's like, fuck. It's like I'm visiting relative's house and they have a bratty kid, but he's 10 years older than me. Okay. You sure Alex Jones content isn't TOS? Yeah, of course. What is this? Remember how in the past I've made jokes about how conservatives are all unhinged Alex Jones wannabes? You know, like they're all doing their best Alex Jones impressions. Like, if you let transgender women into the women's bathroom, that is the beginning of the end of the white man. They are going to come for you. They are going to come for me. They are going to come for your children. They are going to fuck your children. They are going to fuck your mom. Your mom is going to like being fucked by them. They are going to fuck your mom, and she's going to look at you and say, "You're not my son," because I am so into getting fucked by Antifa. Fuck, that's true though. Sure retweeted Glenn Greenwald. That's okay. She was a lot of free speech extremist takes.
Q tells us stuff and all of it's lies, is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. Because you're full of shit. That's why. Because every goddamn thing out of you people's mouths doesn't come true. And it's always, oh, there's energy, and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. You said it was all over. They were all going to Gitmo. Now, oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you were day one, and I know what you are now, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these witches and warlocks and pumpkin popsums and everything. Oh, God. Sorry. Bye-bye, Q. I can't talk to you anymore. Jesus, Lord help me. Oh.
businesses.
Q tells us stuff that
God, he's so fucking funny, dude. Oh God, I love Alex Jones. I know he's a horrible force in the world, but I do though. Oh God, he's so fucking funny. Yeah. Would I buy his penis and large pills? Dude, you know what I would buy? I would buy Alex Jones's anti-throat soreness pills, okay? That's what I would buy, because that motherfucker has been doing this for a long time, and somehow he's still capable of speaking. I have no idea how, okay? That guy has to have grooves on his vocal cords like fucking teeth on a comb. Jesus. Buy skin reddening pills. Don't I have enough of that? I feel like I've already got enough of that red skin. George Orwell knew conservatives didn't understand 1984. When have conservatives ever understood anything? Yeah. I wish I could just talk about 1984. Dude, the problem is I want to talk about 1984, but the only people I'd be speaking to are conservatives, and conservatives don't watch my channel. So, you know, God, that pisses me off so much. People use 1984 to mean anything. They'll say anything is 1984. Oh, dude, that's so fucking Orwellian. The way that's the joke on Twitter. Orwellian and Kafkaesque. Dude, it was so Kafkaesque when I had to go to the DMV and get a fucking license. Dude, it was so Orwellian when I went to school and I had a uniform and they said that uniform's not right. You did the buttons wrong. That was so Orwellian. They have no fucking idea. I'm not going to speak to the Kafkaesque thing because the only book that I've read from Kafka was the one book that everyone's read from Kafka. I don't even remember its name right now. Come on, what's the one book? The guy, he's the bureaucracy. Come on. It was in high school. Was it Metamorphosis? It might have been, yeah, probably. No, it was The Trial, I think. No, I read The Trial. Yeah. Never read Metamorphosis. So I've never really read much there, but so we can speak to that later. But man, 1984 was not about authoritarianism on its own. A lot of people mistake that. There are a lot of like, what you see in the book covers for 1984 is often very indicative of how well a company was able to capture the spirit, you know? Like, what was 1984 about? So on a very surface level, who here has read 1984? Who here has read 1984? Come on. Yeah, most. It's a very good book. Yeah, I know it's required reading, but it's a very, very, very good book. There are some passages in that book I remember very vividly. And, you know, I'm looking at all the book covers because there are a million versions. Most book covers for 1984 have a human eye or eyes as their main look. There, you know, there's a lot to it. Like you have, what do you have here? You know, eye. Here's an eye in a television screen, big old eye with like radiant shit coming out of it. Here's the back of a neck. I think that's interesting. Got a loudspeaker, eyes, eye. Like, there's a lot of stuff, you know? Usually when people talk about 1984, they talk about two things. Surveillance and authoritarianism. And those are like the two big things. But those are actually very surface level elements of 1984. I've read that book a lot because I think that book is very politically informative. And what 1984 is about, more than anything else, is about psychology. It's about psychology and the power of controlling other people's psychology. See, humans have lived in authoritarian governments before, you know, or totalitarian. A Nazi Germany was a totalitarian government. Stalin's Soviet Union was totalitarian. These countries were unique in that they didn't limit their operation to merely controlling the faculties of the state. It was necessary to control the mind state of the people who lived in there. See, that's the big difference. a monarchy can be authoritarian. You can have a monarchy where the peasantry is treated cruelly, the merchant class is taxed massively, the aristocracy is kept in line, all under a single divine god king. And you can have such a society. But that type of authoritarianism is very different from the subtle ways that, say, for example, Nazi Germany mandated not only the behavior, but the mind state of the people who lived within it. Because you have things like secret police. The secret police, they could be your neighbor. They could be your supervisor at work. They could be your mailman, anyone. And you have to be very careful at all times about what you say, who you say it to, and how you say it. Because if you say something wrong, even in the comfort of your own home, that could be it for you. They encouraged children to rat on their own parents. During a segment? Yeah? Here.
Can I leave him in here?
Leave him in here. The cat?
Yeah.
Sure. Go. Yeah.
He's awful.
Okay, he's being terrible. Let him run. No, let him run.
Goodbye, bitch.
Goodbye, baby. Apparently Artemy is being a bad baby.
He keeps attacking Pigeon.
Well, now we have him. He is in jail now. Anyway, they encourage children to rat on their parents. This is one of the great paranoias of the book 1984. It's not just about authoritarianism. If you actually read the fucking text, and nobody's read 1984, but if you actually read it and go back and look at the tense moments, how much tension in 1984 comes from the police, how much of it comes from the state, or how much of it comes from saying or thinking the wrong thing in the wrong place at the wrong time. Almost all of the tension is a war between his thoughts and his outward appearance. That right there is the terror that he experiences, that at all times he harbors seditious thoughts in his head, and at anything could give him away. He could, in his sleep, he could speak something that would get him in trouble because the telescreen, that's what it's called, right? The telescreen? The telescreen in his home could record him in his sleep. He has to make sure that when he falls asleep, he doesn't think seditious thoughts, because if he does, he might speak them in his sleep. In fact, one of his coworkers gets arrested for just such a reason. He has to make sure to moderate his expression when he's speaking to other people, to make sure that when somebody else says something about the government or about politics, that he doesn't reveal too much with his language or with how he, with how he reacts. He says the right or the wrong things. The book isn't about surveillance explicitly, because surveillance is empirical. Surveillance is technological. Surveillance is understandable. Surveillance is a camera. Surveillance is a bug. It's a wire. Surveillance has a material presence. The real terror is thought, and it is thought that the book is about. Not just the thought of Winston, the protagonist of the book, but the thoughts of everybody else as well. Great detail, great emphasis is placed on the thoughts that Winston believes are in the minds of other people. What he thinks of his beau, what he thinks of his coworkers. He thinks, how well do these other people withstand the scrutiny of the state? How well do they manage themselves? There's early on in the book, there's a part, he reflects upon the fact that he has one coworker, a very intelligent man, who is rapturously devoted to ingsoc, the political philosophy of the society that he lives in. And he can explain in great detail why it's important and compelling and it's necessary and it liberates the soul and so on. And Winston is he's thinking to himself the entire time, this man is going to die. He's too intelligent. He understands why we do the things we do too well, and he speaks of it too. It doesn't matter that he's a party loyalist. It doesn't matter that he would never raise a hand against the government. He is going to die. And additionally, there was another coworker who does something that he describes as duck speak, which is a term in Newspeak, which is to prattle endlessly without thought. You may have seen some political commentators engage in this. I think Steven Crowder is probably the most effective advocate of this particular type of speech, where you prattle on, you loudly and aggressively and exuberantly express some belief or thought, and you don't think, you just say. You don't think, you just say. Have you seen people online who talk like that? It's just all buzzwords and virtue signaling, and you know that if you asked any clarifying questions, they would stop and look at you like with offense, like you've wronged them in some way. The more you go on in the book, the more psychological it becomes, and the head games that Winston plays with himself and with the other people around him, and eventually with the state. The last third of the book, spoilers, after he's captured, is essentially a prolonged interrogation scene between him and his former boss, a person who actually works for essentially the secret police, the person who breaks him. And the climax of the book... Muted? How am I muted? I don't know. The climax of the book is Winston coming to accept the society that he lives in. That's the climax of the story. It's about breaking him and reworking his brain and getting him with the proper stimulus of fear and, political hindthought and doublethink, which is something that I've talked about in this channel many times before. The ability to simultaneously believe two separate things. Matt Gaetz, fascist in Congress, supports the attack on the Capitol, but also claims it was Antifa who did it. I guarantee you he believes both of those things. He knows he's lying when he says it was Antifa, but he believes both things anyway. I guarantee you. How many people have you argued with online where they say something erroneous, fallacious, you know it's not true, but they say it confidently, and you challenge them on it, and they actually defend it, and you get the impression that they don't actually know whether or not they believe it either. Because I've argued with people like that. In the book, it's called doublethink. In actual proper psychology, it's called, come on, guys. This is a very well-known term. Cognitive dissonance, yes. It's called cognitive dissonance. The terror of 1984 is not the state. It's not surveillance. The terror of 1984 is how malleable human minds are and how effectively a healthy and rational mind can be polluted to serve whatever political needs are necessary. And in this respect, it is the far right in this country that is infinitely more Orwellian than even than the most severe nightmares they can conjure of Antifa or Pelosi or whatever boogeyman they're concerned about these days. If we're to talk about psychological brainwashing or doublethink, if we're to talk about the annulment of language or the introduction of terminology designed to obfuscate meaning rather than elucidate it, this is the right. The right. Earlier you said he didn't believe it was Antifa. He doesn't, and he does. I guarantee you it is both. It's very easy to live your life that way, by the way. A lot of people think this deliberate irrationality is some hyper-specific, far-off thing. No, anybody can believe this. Not even far-right people. Even people who aren't far-right. Even people who are moderates. I guarantee you that most of you, with your own parents, have found some incredible irrationality in their thought process that they are not willing to challenge. Right? Most of you probably, even not, it doesn't have to be some crazy far-right political thing. It could be something like innocuous or some superstition. It's very easy for people to fall into these traps because human minds are not built to be rational. That's like a catch-all term. A lot of people say that, humans aren't meant to be rational. It's true. Human minds are designed to quickly identify threats and engage in pattern recognition to maximize individual survival. Human brains were not evolved to deal with the complexities associated with a modern civilized society. They just weren't. Politics? Modern politics? Our brains aren't optimized for this. This is why we have so many cognitive biases. These are corruptions of tendencies that our brains have developed, which are meant to help us, but otherwise don't. Pattern recognition is supposed to be helpful to us. When the bush rustles, what noise does it make? One noise? That's probably a rabbit. Another noise? That's probably a tiger. That's useful. But what about pattern recognition when a police officer is deciding which groups of people he should police harder? That can get bad quickly. So we train ourselves to be cognizant of these cognitive biases. We train ourselves to be better about managing them. We train ourselves to be more rational. You know, we have to think past the intuitive answer to everything. And this is why, you've probably seen this from a lot of other far-right conservative figures, they don't like introspection. They hate introspection. You notice that? There are a lot of people in the far right who will actively say that introspection, the process of thinking about why you're doing, this is unenviable. This is bad. You should endorse the cult of action, not the cult of thinking. This is one of Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. The cult of action. Introspection is bad. It invites weakness. You turn into an egghead. You stop serving the state. You want to be strong. You want to do. You want to act. It all ties into each other. It all ties into itself. All of these cognitive biases, these mental weaknesses that are associated with fascism, that is what 1984 was describing. There's another component to 1984 and what it was trying to make a point about outside of just psychology, which was language, which I thought was really interesting. There's a section at the end of 1984 which is, I forget the technical term, but it's essentially a glossary of Newspeak. Newspeak being the state language for Oceania, the society they live in the story, which they're using to increasing extents. It's a mandated language, one they're creating, a deliberately forged language. And the goal of that language is to have as few words as possible. Yes, and it is the best part of the book. The rest of the book is great, but it is the best part of the book. Have you ever heard the term double plus ungood? Or double plus good, or plus good, or really any iteration of those basic terms. You might have heard somebody use it like cynically. Like they'll say, like, for example, like a conservative will say, Trump presence on Twitter, double plus ungood, must ban. Something like that. Somebody will like make fun of bureaucracy or make fun of totalitarianism by invoking that term. Well, Newspeak, this isn't a spoiler, y'all can listen. Newspeak is actually a language. It's something that George Orwell created. It's usable, or at least sections of it are. And the goal is to limit thought as much as possible. That's the goal. Because human thought is conveyed through language. When we think to ourselves, we think in words or ideas, but when we solidify those ideas, there are words. Words give control to thought. Without language, humans are much worse, not only at conveying difficult concepts, but actually thinking of them themselves. I can give you an example. How many of you learn new things about yourself because you heard a term describing gender or sexuality? I would be willing to bet for quite a few of you that a whole avenue of thought was opened, not even because you came into contact with like a new way of thinking, but because an idea attached to a word that you hadn't been aware of was now made aware of to you. Or maybe not gender and sexuality, but other stuff too. But it's weird, right? Like, how many of you are asexual? Did you even think that was a thing before you heard the term? I'd be willing to bet for a lot of you, no. The term itself carries meaning, but the meaning of the term solidifies thoughts you may have already had. People who before may have described themselves as, well, I don't really seem to care about sex as much as everyone else. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I don't know. Now they have a term, asexuality. And because they have that term, so many thoughts can congregate around it. A term defines language in terms of engagement. Now you can describe things. A term allows you to relate your experiences to others. Maybe this is unrelatable to some of you, but I'm sure if you think, there are probably some things in your life that you've learned like in this way. You've learned because you like learned this word. Language gives us the ability to convey thoughts. That's why sophisticated languages are important, you know? There are a lot of concepts we couldn't describe otherwise. Here's an example given in the book itself, okay? Get ready for it. Last thing I'll talk about. I know I'm rambling, but I like the book a lot, okay? Okay? Freedom. You knew it. D-Man Super, you knew it. Freedom. Free and freedom have a lot of meanings. They mean a lot of different things, okay? You could say, for example, that I am free of COVID-19, to my knowledge. Thank you. Or that this tin of Altoids mints, that was supposed to fall on the left hand. I was going to say is free of my right hand now, which it is. Let me get that. free falling. Yes, it's free falling. Yes. But when I talk about freedom on this channel, I'm usually talking about freedom in the abstract political sense. That is to say, freedom in the sense that you are free to live your life absent coercion or influence from other more powerful entities. You know, that's usually what I mean when I say freedom. And if you actually try to, like, distill the meaning of freedom, you'll find it's almost infinitely complex. Like, if you actually really think about it, if you were to, like, write out, like, all the ways freedom means a thing for as long as you could, like, you could write, like, books to fill that up. It's incredibly complex. But imagine a society with more limited vocabulary where the term freedom only literally refers to an absence of one thing. So, like, I am free of COVID-19, or my hand is free of this, or the cave is free of bears. You know, how would you describe to those people authoritarianism? How would you describe to those people what freedom meant? You could do it roundabout. You could find other words. You could say, well, there's, you know, you want to do, without using the word freedom, because that only means, like, the literal freedom to them. Well, the society you live in right now restricts your behaviors, and in a different society, you could be, you could live with less coercion. What if you took away the word coercion? What if you took away the word authority? You can do more things than you do. But even that's vague. Do more things. What does that mean? That doesn't, you're not really conveying the complexity of a free society. The point that I'm getting at, and if we really wanted to, like, fully explore this, it would take 20 minutes and we'd have to cross out so many words. But the point is, the more you work at this, you realize it's actually possible to limit people's thoughts by limiting the language they use. That appendix at the end of 1984, it talks about new speak and all the words that would be cut down. And the goal of the state in its implementation was to design a language which would insulate people from being able to even recognize or think about their own oppression. That it would be impossible for them to even conceive of it, because their language would limit their thoughts in ways that made it impossible for them to conceive of abstract oppression. Free could only ever mean when you are rid of something. Authority could only ever mean your direct boss. And or get rid of those words entirely and just limit it to boss. Why keep authority? That's the term double plus ungood. There's a lot of meaning that you can derive from superfluous language. How many words do we have that mean the same thing as excellent? You know, excellent, spectacular, splendiferous, you know, wonderful, brilliant, amazing. Yeah, there's, I mean, if we really looked for them, there are probably a couple dozen, right? They all have subtly different meanings. You wouldn't use them interchangeably, but they basically mean the same thing. Those linguistic, the superfluous linguistics, superfluous vocabulary is useful because it gives us a greater range of thought. Could you imagine poetry in a world where there was only one word to express any given idea? Or frankly, just literature? It'd be ridiculous. It would just be a frank description of events every time. You would have, well, you would have very little to work with. You would be able to think of less, and thus you would be less capable of resisting, well, the agenda of people who are looking to supplant your thoughts somewhat. Ah, yeah, okay. In summary, there we go. There we go. That's 1984 for you. Look, it's just a book I like. I know nobody gives a fuck. I've talked about 1984 before, but look, it's a good book, okay? I just don't like it when people use Orwellian as just this like random fucking meaningless descriptor, especially since, by the way, because Orwell was a socialist and he actually did believe that the simplification of language was a tool that could be used to repress people. He hated the word Orwellian because that word was a shorted like signifier that means more things, because that word is itself a simplification of other things. You know the term Nazi? Nazi is itself a simplification of other terms. What was the full, well, I mean National Socialist, but what was the German word for it? They did the same, they did this all the time in Nazi Germany. There were like tons of euphemisms, the NSDAP, not National Socialismus. Thank you. They did this in the Soviet Union as well. They would have like Politburo. They would have terms that would be deliberately crunched down, and because it abstracts meaning, you know, which can make it a little harder to fully understand, well, the meaning of the term. That's why, by the way, I don't like the term Antifa. I've said this before. It's catchy, so I use it too. Trust me, if Antifa had just called themselves anti-fascists and stuck with that, I think they would probably be doing a lot better in the public eye, because it's because if nobody had ever heard the term Antifa, which sounds scary and militant, and had only ever had to say anti-fascist, it probably would have come across a lot better anytime the news had to say anti-fascists clashed with the Proud Boys. That would be, I think, preferable. But Antifa, what does Antifa mean? They say, well, fa means fascist, sure, but when people say Antifa, most people just hear Antifa. Not anti-fascist shortened to Antifa. Language is important. Human rationality is important. We're all going to die. Read 1984. Done. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Wait, hold on. Hey, babe. Wait, I'm delivering a thing to you. Artemis chewed up one of your things. I don't know. I'm sitting in the room, but I'm eating at the foot of the stairs. Fucking animal. He's very proud of himself because he chewed up a little.
He ate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Look at it.
Yeah.
My mom. He ate it. Look, he wants it so bad. He ate the head of my little mom.
Why would you do that, Artemis? Why would?
Look at this. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah, he wants it still.
God damn it.
I had to like pry it out of his mouth.
I'll hide it.
He's just mad because the fascist coup failed. Yeah? He's very soft. Feet. Sausage baby. All right, Godspeed. Maybe I'm just soft. Well, my beard's soft. Ugh. Yeah, Parler's offline, so it seems. Do you think authoritarianism is a good term to use in conversation given its different perceptions of people? Oh, God. Have I ever told you guys how angry I am that Engels gave lefties an excuse to say that authoritarianism is good because actually all revolutionary action is authoritarian? Oh, God. My least favorite thing about Engels. What were we saying? Could corporate sloganing also be newspeak? The original definition of political correctness, political correctness wasn't using trans people's preferred pronouns. The original definition of political correctness was like obfuscating corporate language that that like disguises something sinister as something decent, you know? Like, what's a good example of this? Like wait, sorry, I'm bad at remembering these. We all saw that Zizek clip. Yeah, it's a really good clip. Hold on. Give me that. Wait. Zizek. Political correctness. You wouldn't copy. You wouldn't DMCA me. Would you? Slavoj?
I know that there is a lot of sexual harassment, racism, and so on in our lives. And I don't doubt that the majority of people who promote political correctness mean it sincerely. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying in the way of right-wing paranoiacs that they are evil people who want to destroy American way of life. I'm just saying this, that the way they approach the problem is that instead of resolving it, the predominant effect is just to keep it under check and allowing the true problem, racism, sexism, to survive in a more covered up version, and so on and so on. For example, I always like this extreme example.
Oh no.
Let's take racist jokes.
Oh no, wait, never mind. Well, you can watch it yourself if you want. Oh god. Fucking slap. What's with the touching his nose? He has like, Slavoj has like extreme social anxiety and like allergies or some shit like that. That's why he's always sniffing. Yeah, he's got a nervous tick, yeah. Also, he's Slovenian, so yeah. He's got a lot going on, you know? Hold on. Run it through. Hold up. Wait a minute. Captain Gingy with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Man, you shout out my wife Sarah last year on her birthday. It's come around again. Shit was weird last year. It's weirder this year. Oh, I'm sorry to hear things are weird, but happy birthday, Sarah. I don't know why things are weird, but I hope they aren't forever. Reza Sutra, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Artemy, what are you doing? Stop. Stop. No. Yeah? On the desk, huh? You want to eat my fucking cords and die when the electric shock jolts you? He does want that. That's what he wants more than anything else. You want to bump my camera? Yeah, you do. What are you doing? Okay. I can kick him out? Alright, get the fuck out of here. Fucking idiot. There, we've had a coup. Oh god, I had this all. No, that's too far down. Is this right? No, this doesn't feel right. That's probably good. Okay. Polar Prince, thanks to tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Matt Gonzalez, thank you for the $2. Jacob Michael with the $20. Thank you. Daniel Badra, Superkel, and Hellion Fire, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Superkel. Daniel Badra, I don't watch Peter Coffin's videos on YouTube. Hellion Fire, I mean, I think the big one for the Biden administration is just passing the 2K checks or getting unemployment insurance extended. That'd be like the big ones. Crazy Monk and Garrett Len, thank you both for the incredibly kind $5. Really appreciate those. Yeah, I did hear. Potatoroid, the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Congratulations on coming out of the closet and getting some goddamn estrogen. Thalis, with a very kind $20. Don't you think it's a bad idea to say that Peter Coffin is always wrong when you all say basically the same thing outside of specific instances? What specific thing? Wait, I don't think so. Soulman Archie and Big Bull Seal with the $5. Thank you very, very much. We do live in scary times, Archie. Yeesh. Connell843, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Comrade, welcome. Lina Lux, the $5. Thank you very much. Sorry about you being disowned. Jesus, comrade, good luck. Parker Peters Plays and Robot Jones, both of you with a very kind $10. Much appreciated. Robot Jones, happy to hear people are buying your music, my man. That's pretty happening, yo. Zonia with a very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you, comrade. I will kiss my cats for you. Much appreciated. Ryan Ghosh, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Edible Anarchy with the $6.90. Thank you very, very much. Good luck with your UC Berkeley application, Ryan Ghosh. Sociology, a great choice. Tyler Deckers and I'm Practical, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Why don't you just admit the more morally consistent stance is veganism? I already have Impractical. I've never disagreed with that. Ben Garver with a very kind 10 ducks. God help me. I didn't eat much today. $10. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Please help. What does Big Bull Seal mean? Watch ContraPoint's video on Cringe. It's very funny. Very, very funny. Still Alive, thank you for the very kind $2. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $10. I don't know if they'll be able to get either done, Sake Tanuki, unfortunately. Frost Flareon, thank you very much for the $10. Enjoy your VR headset Vosh viewership fun. Mosley and Hellion Fire, thank you very much for the $5. Tomsko with the $2, thank you. Agreed completely. Landon Hager with a very kind $10. Agreed, 40% support is way the fuck too much. Sake Tanuki, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Yeah, I think that if they got yeeted from office, they probably wouldn't be able to run again anyway, so. Daniel Lannister with $5. Arch Warhammer got hacked and deleted, yay. Wait, what? Wait, really? Is that true?
I didn't plan on making this video, but the channel of a friend of mine got hacked. And he is Archwar.
Oh, this is V! This is this fucking idiot Sargon simp who I demolished the first time I went on Drunken Peasants. The guy who didn't know anything about anything. I remember this guy. Of course he'd be friends with Arch.
Warhammer, I'm pretty sure some of you guys know him because we played Dungeons and Dragons together. Also Cyberpunk. And his channel is mostly dedicated to making Warhammer 40k videos. Now, I was a little bit surprised when I heard that it got hacked because I don't think Arch is the type of person to have 123 as a password, if you know what I mean. But, you know, it did happen. And the hacker apparently started playing some Bitcoin nonsense, some ad for it. And after that, YouTube terminated the account. So I don't know how it happened or anything like that, but I really hope that he manages to get his channel back because it really sucks. If you lose your channel on YouTube, you can't even start another one. They will ban you. Like if you lose one channel, you're not allowed to create an account ever.
That's kind of sort of not true. Hasn't Keemstar gotten deleted like fucking 6 times or something like that? You just make another one, but the next account that you make it as like a corporate account. Like it's not Keemstar, it's Drama Alert. Yeah, he doesn't own it. Yeah.
For life. Like you're gone. And hopefully he will get it back. Now, I did hear that other people who got hacked managed to get it back by contacting Team YouTube on the Twitter. So hopefully people are going to signal boost this, raise awareness so other YouTubers can talk about it. I think it's fairly simple for YouTube to find out if someone is hacked or not by looking at the IP where the person logged in. So
okay, I don't care anymore. Fun while it lasts. Hoya Mac, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Much appreciated, comrade, and likewise. Les the Third with the 1312. Thank you very, very much. Spent all day debating with one of my friends on Facebook because I said Joe Rogan bears some of the blame for the riots because he platforms neo-Nazis, conspiracy theorists. Yeah, I would say so. He's definitely not very scrupulous when it comes to the people he has on his platform. Nare, thank you for the $3. Probably soon, yeah? And Isekai Protag with a 1312. I did hear about the story of the guy in Tigard, Oregon, who was killed by the police for being mentally ill. I'll take a look at it, comrade, but probably not today. Dumb Giant and Jay San, thank you very much for the $5. I made a 15-second video. Is that so? Really? It's going to be TOS.
Stormed the Capitol building. They are marching through now.
Why would you run if you were not guilty? We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Okay, it's pretty funny. For anyone who's played Bioshock Infinite. Okay. Dude, guys. Okay. Can you imagine? Okay, I'm about to describe the perfect game, okay? Can you imagine a game with the mechanics and world-building prowess of New Vegas, but with the gunplay and aesthetics of Bioshock Infinite? Oh God. Holy shit. Oh, that'd be real good. Both of those games suck, lol. Okay. Okay. Why the Moan Man? Because that'd be pog as shit. Wait, have you finally played New Vegas? I played New Vegas like 8 years ago. I'm replaying it now and doing everything. And doing everything all over again. That game will never exist? Yeah, probably not. Have I tried the Outer Worlds? I played a bit of the Outer Worlds on stream. It just didn't have that magic to me. The thing is, at the end of the day, I don't really like that type of game because those games can be very, very fucking tedious, okay? So the problem is, like, New Vegas doesn't have good gunplay. I hope everyone can agree on that. None of these games do. None of the games on that engine do. Fallout 3 didn't. New Vegas didn't. Fallout 4 doesn't. Obviously, 76 doesn't. None of these games have good gunplay. It's all rickety little plastic toy guns you put, and they, yeah. It wasn't like horrible, but it wasn't great. Yeah, the VAT system is fine, but in lieu of that, and you have the story, and you get mixed results. Fallout 3 story was pretty meh, and New Vegas's was pretty, great and everything. But all these games kind of feel like the same game with like a different coat of paint on them, Having played because that and Skyrim too, the same type of game. Because the gameplay of these games is always the same. You have your story quests. Oh God. Okay, wait, we're gonna... Okay, so here's the issue, okay? Usually what happens is there are like two ways that you play these games, okay? The one of them is you crouch walk across an open world following all of the map markers to collect as much loot and XP and money as possible. You fill your equipment up with as many items that have a arbitrary weight to gold ratio as possible. You fast travel back, sell them, go back to it, and you think in your head like, should I pick this weapon up? Well, it's 600 gold and 2 pounds, and okay, that's worth it. I'll pick it up, and then you sell, and then you go back, and then you do the quest content, and the quest content is incredibly easy because you've been doing all the outer world exploration, and you're rich as fuck, and the game is fucking broken because you have all the best shit and you're high level, and then you do it, and what the quests turn out to be, and this is very disappointing when this happens, is when the dialogue goes on forever and ever and ever, and then it has like the battle sequence, and you just obliterate the battle sequence because you're massively over leveled. New Vegas does this a little bit better because most of the story beats are decently difficult. Like at the end of the Lonesome Road expansion, for example, Ulysses is like strong no matter what. He's strong no matter what you do. He's never not strong. Yeah, I play all these games I play on hardest difficulty, so I'm speaking from that perspective. You can turn off scaling though. Yeah. And New Vegas didn't have enemies level. Well, sometimes it does. There are some enemies that do and some enemies that don't. Dude, you remember the Dead Money End? Yeah. Death Claws. The point I'm getting at is that there are some parts of this type of game that I'm just not super into, Just doesn't grip me that much. And Outer Worlds felt like the worst of it. I don't know. Outer Worlds was like, I go in and it felt so formulaic. Like, oh, here's the town. Here's the items. You go the town. Here are the skills. Here's the follower. And it's like, here's the guy. And you look around and unnamed NPC, unnamed NPC, unnamed NPC. And this one's called Melissa. Okay, well, that's the bitch who's going to have the fucking quests. All right, we go to Melissa and she's got that. And then you go out and you kill the thing, and I just felt like I knew all of it, The problem is that games, the games like that, they need to be constructed really thoughtfully, because games like that can't survive exclusively on their mechanics. It's not like a shooter game. A shooter game, a really, really good shooter game, can, like, every successive game can basically just be like a new level set for the previous one. Because if the gunplay is really good, fuck me, I'll just take the gunplay, baby. Just stick me out for the fucking gun. Brrr, yeah, like, I'll stick around for that shit. Fuck yeah. I would prefer they innovate, but, like, realistically, most of the Call of Duty campaigns feel pretty good to play. I don't give a fuck about the multiplayer. Those games, multiplayers, are like fucking wastelands where people go to die. Overpriced, though? Yeah, overpriced, yeah. But usually the story campaigns are pretty competently designed, and they're very fun because the gunplay in Call of Duty is and always has been really good. But in games like Outer Worlds and Fallout New Vegas and stuff like that, yeah, I don't know. Just the gunplay's not good enough to sell it on its own, so you just crouch walk from encounter to encounter. And another thing is, for games like that, because everything's open world, there's no such thing as a truly structured encounter. This is like the distinction between, like, Breath of the Wild and Dark Souls, okay? Breath of the Wild and Dark Souls are both amazing games with different cells, but the combat, at least for me, the combat and challenge for Dark Souls is incomparable to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild does other good things. Don't get me wrong. I'm not shit-talking at all. But in Breath of the Wild, if there's an enemy encampment, you can approach it from any direction, and you can shoot, you can do whatever you want, and the freedom is the point. But in Dark Souls, you come at an encounter usually from one direction. All the enemies are pre-placed, no random encounters, no random variables, no scaling, nothing. They're just there, and everything they do is perfectly planned. And you run towards it, and you face some really unique challenges because of that. There are parts of, like, Dark Souls 3 that I'm never going to forget because of how well constructed those fights were. There are so many parts of Dark Souls 3. Like, oh god, it's not just the level design, it's the actual, like, the way the encounters are, like, the way they're set up. When you encounter all of the undead perishers in the undead encampment that are all around the Estus Shard, or when you're or the two big fucking dogs in the basement of the cathedral, the way you travel through the world is really memorable. I don't remember a single thing about traveling through Fallout New Vegas, okay? Because everything I did, I crouch walk with my fucking anti-material rifle, and I fucking go from point to point, and everything just melts in front of me because I'm over-leveled because I do all the exploration content. I guess those games could pace out pretty well if you don't explore them super fastidiously, but usually the problem is they put such good stuff in all the optional areas that you want to be super fastidious. So it's like you're punished for caring so much, You officially have shit opinions? Man, really? Okay, whatever. Stop playing as a stealth archer sniper, then maybe make games where being a stealth archer sniper is not the best way to play on hardest difficulty, okay? I've tried other play. I remember doing my hardcore, hard mode, survival, hardcore, whatever thing while doing, like, melee, and the fucking Legate arrived, okay? The fucking Legion squad. Oh god, low level when those hit squads arrive, when you're at, like, Helios 1 and you just came off the back of killing them at fucking Nipton or something. Holy shit, dude. The four of them come at you with fucking 10mm fucking 10mm submachine guns and sniper rifles, and you're still in fucking leather armor with a fucking 357 revolver. You're just fucked, bro. I remember auto saving 3 seconds before one of them, or not auto, like quick saving 3 seconds before one of them came to me, and it took me unironically 2 hours to fucking beat that save that I got caught up into. I had to, like, it was like a quick save every 8 nanoseconds thing with like turn around, get the headshot with the critical, quick save, duck behind the fucking rock to avoid the hail of fire, quick save. They toss a grenade, drive the grenade out, and then get behind the NCR soldiers outside fucking Helios 1, quick save. I mean, eventually later on they become more manageable when you have like better weapons, but fucking when the first time the Legion squad rolls out, oh god. Yeah, I jury rigged super hot. Yeah, exactly. Oh god. Oh, gotcha, Hyena, gotcha. Perfect. More time to stream. Good. NCR, yes man, just tell me please. I yes man run. It's independent Vegas every time. But you guys get what I mean though, right? Like get good, Vaj. I got good after that sequence, okay? I was pill popping that whole fight. That's another thing that really bugs me about Breath of the Wild and the New Vegas games. I don't like games that let you pause to use items. I don't like that. That's one of my favorite things about Dark Souls. Estus Flask, you chug that shit in real time, baby, okay? But like, in Breath of the Wild especially, even on the hard difficulties, it's like you take a hit, you're low health, you pause, eat 57 apples, and then you're fine. But where's the difficulty? As long as you have enough food in your infinite inventory, and as long as you don't die in one hit, which you will never die in one hit because of the way Breath of the Wild is designed, you can always survive. I think there's a mod that lets you do it unpause. Yeah, probably. You can mod in a lot of good stuff here. But I generally play games unmodded. Unless there's a mod that is considered like essential or fixes game-breaking bugs. Not everyone wants to die in games. No, I know that, but like, why not tune the game's difficulty to such a way where the healing is considered a part of the... Have I played Gungeon? Yes, I have 100% of the achievements in Gungeon. New Vegas mod is amazing. Well, yeah, sure. I like consistency in the experience. So you only like difficult games? Yeah, I don't know why I would play a game that wasn't. There are very few games that I've played that weren't hard that I enjoyed. Undertale wasn't hard, obviously. Night in the Woods. But these games tend to have incredible stories, you know? Have I played Celeste? Yeah, I played Celeste. Have I played Hotline Miami? Yes, I played Hotline Miami. Time Splitters? Yep. Hollow Knight? Yep. Did I get into League? Yep. Vosh, I'm just barely getting into video games the first time in my life. All-time essentials to play. Download Mountain Blade, a 12-year-old game, and then just play that for 800 hours, okay? That's all you need. Don't actually... Have I played Sekiro? I played Sekiro on stream. Yeah. I need help. I've not beat the first Dark Souls 3 level in 6 hours. Should I quit? What do you mean level? You mean the point up until you meet the fucking big guy with a halberd? That part? 6 hours? Oof. Yup. Wow. Okay. That's well, I admire your tenacity. 6 hours at that. Just got to be thoughtful about that dodge timing, you know? I guess this is just a video game conversation stream right now. I have not played Kenshin now. I would suggest Enderall. It's the New Vegas of Skyrim. Okay. Did I ever do Pathologic 2? Yeah, Pathologic 2 is one of my all-time favorite games. Did I ever do Genocide Run? I did do Genocide Run. I didn't actually beat Sans. At the time, I wasn't as much of a completionist as I am now, and I didn't care that much. I just kind of wanted to see the opening, I just kind of wanted to get there, you know, but I didn't actually go ahead and beat Sans. Says Undertale isn't hard, can't beat Sans. Well, I could have if I had tried, but I will say that, though, the Genocide Run is hard. Sans is hard, but most people don't do Sans. Most people just do Pacifist or Neutral. It's a full conversion mod. The balance is ass and the game is buggy. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Oh, God, excuse me, sorry. Those games are pretty buggy just on their own. Like Skyrim and crap like that? I don't know. Pretty rough. It's rough out there. Somebody in YouTube chat claims they were in the insurrection and wants to talk to you and will donate 300 if you actually engage in debate. You know, you don't need to pay me. Wait, what would I be debating? By in the insurrection, I assume you mean you were a conservative? Hey, the money. I don't need the bait money. I like talking. Well, okay. Sure. Do your get on Discord then. They're Captain Dastardly in YouTube. Yeah? All right, hold on. Well, get in the Discord then. Have I played Deltarune? No, I'm waiting for the full release. I don't like playing games bit by bit. You know what game did exploration better than any other game I've ever played? Fucking Subnautica. That one felt really good to explore. The most difficult thing for games, I think, is story writing. So one of the big issues I have is I feel like a lot of games that have excellent stories and characterization, their gameplay and their characters are very, very separate, okay? Like, say what you will about Final Fantasy being a dogshit series for weebs that have no taste in anything, but what was her name? Aerith dying in 7? At, like, midpoint? Like, that felt like something, you know? Because she had been with your party that entire time. One of the games that did this best I've ever fucking played was, spoilers, fuck you, eat my dick. One of the best games that I've ever played with that regard was fuck, what was it called? Divinity Original Sin 2. Divinity Original Sin is if you're playing on hard mode, very difficult game. You absolutely need your team fucking party mates. You rely on them, and all of them have like incredibly invested, expansive, rich voice acting and individual stories. I actually teared up at one of the character stories. Yeah, for sure. I'm not ashamed to admit it. They put a lot of fucking work into that voice acting and story writing. That was some good ass shit right there. Do I like Assassin's Creed games? Assassin's Creed games are like the poo of video games. It's like poo. No, I know. Sorry. Not a big fan. I fucking hate Ubisoft, dude. I'm never playing a goddamn Ubisoft game, okay? Yeah, it's like Call of Duty. I actually, in a way, I almost find it more offensive than Call of Duty. Hold on. What about Xenoblade Chronicles? The only thing I know about Xenoblade Chronicles is the donkey videos on them, and that one song from Xenoblade Chronicles 14. With the 15, the donkey video made it look pretty fucking bad. Isn't that the one with like the waifus and they have the big boobies and the guy was like a fucking creepo to them or something? He was like a Jar Jar Binks. No, it's Xenoblade 2. Why am I thinking 14? Huh. I don't know. Okay, who's this guy we're talking to? All right, hold on. Let's pay attention. Captain Dastardly. Captain, type something. Captain. $300 to argue. I don't need $300. We got so sidetracked. How do I have 12,000 people watching? We've been talking about video game design for 30 minutes. Well, I appreciate you all being here. It's important to detox every once in a while after all the political shit. Can't find this captain guy. No, I have not played Xenogears. All right, well, if something happens, let me know. Okay. Donos. Brainspace. Skill Will, thank you both very much for the 10-ish dollars. Really appreciate that. Do you think Donnie Jr. is going to run in 2024? I don't think so. Courtney Munoz, the $2. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that, comrade. Hellion Fire, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Calico Bunny with the 7 Canadian. Rodney Family Friendly Name with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Wait. If the claim that Antifa was involved with the Capitol incident was easily falsifiable, as you claim, please falsify it. It's only to arm us. technology going forward. Oh wait, I'm really sorry. I actually misspoke here. By easily falsifiable, I mean there's no evidence on the other side, and all the claims they've made to it being Antifa have been easily falsifiable. The only substantive claim that I've ever seen come out of like a Republican on them all being Antifa was that one neo-Nazi had the tattoo on his arm or on his hand, which was from Dishonored, and they were like, "This is an Antifa tattoo," but that's the only thing that I've seen, you know. Hey, Yoisi, I love you too, comrade. Mike Hunt, thank you for the 5 Australian. Archie with a very kind tier 4 sub, thank you very, very much. I'm happy to hear you enjoy my content, comrade. Very true. Burger Bracular Puch 2.0. I nailed that pronunciation. Fuck you. Anarcho Monkey and Mochabear831, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, comrade. I kind of like Hassan. I want to start watching him more, but I prefer your lumberjack storytime voice to his squeaky e-boy voice. It's a trade-off. He may have a squeaky e-boy voice, and I may have a deep voice, but he looks like a lumberjack, and I look like a soy boy. So it actually balances out, you know. It's and either, you know, it's a trade-off in either case. Sonari with the incredibly kind $46. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Jesus. Please do a video on mob mentality and the connections between what happened Wednesday and incidents like Heaven's Gate. Hashtag confirmation bias. Yeah, I mean, I can't promise a video, but I can maybe talk about it in the future. Thank you very much, comrade. Mob mentality. I feel like we talked about like political psychology in the 1984 segment, but I don't know when this came in exactly. Peter Not Peterson and Zach Grigsby, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Yes, I agree that evangelical religious conditions tend to contribute to far-right political radicalization. Wendell Dazzler, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. Thank you for the well wishes to my father. Bry M15 with a very kind $15. Yeah, that probably would be a good thing to do a video on Holly and all of his fucking connections. Mike Clancy, thanks the $1. What an honor. Duncan JB55 with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you very, very much. So this QAnon supporter says tonight is going to be the end and that Italy is in a blackout and Trump is going to talk through the broadcast service. It's so bad. I have not heard anything about this. Atomic Crow, I do have a video how to pull family out of the alt-right. That's about as close as we're going to get. One nerd of many with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I don't know, comrade. Byron the Paladin, thank you for the $5. The Durger with the 225. Thank you very, very much. What's your opinion on a one world federation? You mean like a single like one world government or something like that? I'd be totally fine with some sort of like overarching governmental structure that encompasses the world. Yeah, because as long as we do what the United States does, and we have like lower levels too, we have a higher government, and then we have countries, and then we have states, and we have cities. Yeah, that's totally fine. Do you think the United States would be any better if we just let all the individual states do their own thing? California and Texas in particular are larger and more populous and more wealthy than most European states. Like, so they could be their own countries, but I think they benefit from being a part of America. Yeah, global democratic confederalism, yeah. I'm not an American exceptionalist. Isn't that a hierarchy? Well, yeah, but it's a just hierarchy because it's a political hierarchy where you're trying to enfranchise as many people as possible. Ron Walsh, Luis Murillo, Mosely, and Jatsko, thank you very much for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the PogChamp guy has been banned off fucking Twitch because of his political views. Fuck me. Scotty Johnson, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Somnio Static with the incredibly kind $25. Shit's getting cray-cray. True! Very true. Jacuzzi Wrinkles, Sterner seems pretty cool, from what I can tell. Somewhat self-aware, thank you for the $5. Scotty McNaughty, 69 with the $5. Thank you. G-Trick, Ashtray, and Karuko, thank you for the $5 likewise. I really appreciate that, comrades. Alice Stormweaver, thank you for the tier 1 sub. True. T-Trick for the $5, thank you. Maybe, United by Failure with the incredibly kind $10. True, now that you've paid me $10, you've paid down your debt, you fucking leech. Much appreciated. Kieran G23, Upbeat for Life, and Ramen Noodle Arms, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Do you think Biden understands he's definitely the target of Trump cult assassination plots over the next few weeks? Yeah, probably. I imagine he's been informed by a security detail. Oh god, the 20th is going to be scary. We'll have to see. Oh, fuck, dude. There are so many donations. You people are fucking crazy. I'm gonna have to run through these faster. I love you. Basha, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Ikaru with the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Mike Clancy, thank you. Irv Gotham Runner. Ziphium, I'm happy to hear that you have had a whopping litter of rats, comrade. Were I only the time. Philip Alter, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Don't worry about being a slacktivist, comrade, okay? If you've been injured personally, during military service, you don't need to fucking saddle yourself with guilt, okay? There are a lot of people online who don't do shit for the revolution, who will impugn other people for not doing shit for the revolution, okay? Just chill and jerk off and have a good time, all right? Don't worry about it. Do good when you have the opportunity to. DQpine, thank you so much for the incredibly kind 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Really happy to hear that you got that check finally. Helium Fire, that is true. Thank you. Hugin with the 50 Kronar, thank you very much, comrade. Dave Spark with $5. Sather, did I see this? They pushed me down and maced me. What? Oh yeah, I heard that.
Totally insane. They pushed me on and maced me.
Yeah. Ian Cohn, thank you for the $25. Why subscribe when I could donate money instead? Well, technically they're both doing the same thing, kind of. Wait, you meant subscribe to the channel. True! Thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Jesus. My God. Ideal or deal, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $50. Artemy will be sent to the Gulag sometime in the near future, I promise. Thank you very, very much. Jesus. Chrissy with the tier 4 sub. Hope you enjoyed the 1984 text, comrade. Very much appreciated. Wonderful, wonderful. Ivgod a Rum Runner. Jacob Lopez, thank you so much for the donos. Yogurt Man with the tier 1 sub and QA with the $5. Much appreciated. Muffin Man and Monarch, MK Ultra, and Zach Man, thank you very, very much. Butt Chungus, Magnetic Sharks, and Butt Chungus again. Thank you so much for the $5 donations. I really, really appreciate that. One of the musicians you like was at the Trump rally? Oh, geez, that fucking sucks, comrade. I'm sorry. We haven't gotten any update from the person who was apparently at the rally, I don't think. Mitzwow, Osmo9, thank you for the $5. Jerbear with the tier 2 sub and Brocky Boy likewise, much appreciated. Pessimist and JB, thank you both for the $5. Sake Tanuki with the very kind $20. I've never actually played Guacamelee, though. I've heard really good things. I might play it at some point. Don't know if I played on stream, though. Feed me with the $5, thank you. Palestine with the very kind $20. I really appreciate that. Yeah, anytime, comrade. I'm happy to stick up for Arabs and Muslim people. They've got a rough lot in life, you know, geopolitically speaking. Iridian Knight, I have not played Homeworld 1. I have played Metro 2033. I just finished Metro Exodus, by the way, Tubes. I Hate My Friends, thank you. Flame King, likewise. Jordan Mines and Jill's Chicken, thank you very, very much. Oh, we're actually almost done with donos. I can't believe we caught up. You just gotta grit your teeth and do it, don't you? I'm sorry. That makes it sound like I'm being donated to, and I don't like it. I really appreciate you guys. It's just really hard to read them all. First world problems. Have I played Gone Home? Yep, I've played the Lesbian Simulator. Spoilers. Eddie Quijano, thank you very much for the $10. For those who send super chats, he doesn't read YouTube chats, so go to Vosh website to sub-donate and get your chats seen. I do see most super chats. Some of them get lost, though. Thank you very, very much. Daryl Wright, thank you for the $5. Saki Tanuki with very kind $10. Not gonna lie, the last good Final Fantasy was 6 on the Super Nintendo. I didn't play it, but possibly. Still alive. Yeah, I can take a look at Christina Hoff Summers. Do you think it'd be invalidated if I called her a bitch at some point during that? Corvid Exoskeleton, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Yeah, another good thing about the Dark Souls combat system is that no matter how strong you are, no matter what your gear is or what, most enemies can fuck you up if you're not paying attention. I do like that. It doesn't turn into like a stat war, which I really, really do appreciate. Like, for most RPG games, if you get the good gear and you level up, eventually lower level enemies pose essentially no threat to you. But in Dark Souls, except for the very, very early enemies, usually you can get stomped by like mid-level enemies even when you're in late game gear. You can kill them faster, of course, but you have to pay attention. Good luck, Small Pollo, and coming out to your mom, maybe. Good luck. Or his, I've never liked fighting games, but Skullgirls was always my favorite. Tyrannical Elmo, Apologetic Funrinpa, thank you very, very much. GW, likewise the $5. Demiurgic Bedhead, thank you kindly. Sake Tanuki with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Thank you very, very much, comrade. True. Fucking boomer ass me and Sake. It's cute, though. Godspeed, rap. Godspeed with your fucking pizza. Jason Sanderson, thank you very, very much. There's that lady saying she was maced was really just an onion in a cloth. Yeah, I saw that, dude. There was a lady who said she was maced and all she did was rub an onion into her eyes. These pussies. Didn't Baked Alaska do the same thing back during Charlottesville? He like fucking pepper sprayed himself and then victim like cried about it. Darth Punch and Randy Butternubs, thanks to tier 1 sub. Bleach Raptor with the $5. Thank you. I've never played a Devil May Cry game. Seas of Cheese, the very kind $10. Thank you very much. No idea about PogChamp until this all went down. Jesus, comrade. Even with my chat PogChamping all the time. Hey, Non with the incredibly kind $20. Thank you. And Mind of Marwan with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I do enjoy getting your money, comrade. Never let it be felt otherwise. Now, there are a couple of older donations I need to get through. Wonderful, wonderful. Couldn't tell you, comrade. Sawdust John, thanks to tier 1 sub. NJ with the $5. I'm happy to hear that. Are you watching any anime this season? Isekai for life? Isekai is trash, comrade. Yes, we have the second season of Promised Neverland. We have the second season of Beastars. For some reason, we're forcing ourselves to watch ReZero, even though it's shit. So we have the second half of the second season for that. Of course, we have the fourth season for Attack on Titan that I need to get around to finishing it. Is there another one? Dr. Stone, which is also trash, but whatever. True, NJ. True. Dolor Official. Yeah, I've never read Homage to Catalonia. I probably should. Uncle Gumbalding with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Possibly, comrade. RWR Jeer with $5. Please do more book stuff. Nobody cares about books. Yeah, Skill Will, I saw that. The woman who was trampled to death at the Capitol had a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. Mert with a very kind $10. Yeah, Parler has basically been kicked off the internet. It's crazy. We're living in like a new internet. There's like such a scary... There's so much shit that's going to happen. It's so fucking weird to think of. Because I still remember the days when the internet was just a wild, wild west. It's so weird to think of like the internet being policed like this. And there are consequences and there are good things, you know. It's... Yeah. I don't know. Well, yeah, with a very kind $10. How would healthcare work in a narco-syndicalist system? Well, I imagine that one of the syndicates would be healthcare, right? Or would it be like locally based? I don't think there'd be much of a difference. I don't think there'd be much of a difference between an anarcho-syndicalist approach to healthcare and the healthcare that is done that you would imagine done by like a market socialist society, where you'd have like a decommodified system that's looked over by like a bureaucracy, and whether that bureaucracy is a state or like a dedicated syndicate. I mean, you know, I just like to stick to a market socialism these days, you know. Woozy Foozles the $10. Hey Vosh, here's a video of the impact of even a failed coup upon the institutions of a country's politics. I'll give it a look, comrade. This is a longer video than I can watch on stream, but I'll definitely give it a look. Thank you. Have I seen Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinski's new podcast? They spent the first 30 minutes of the first episode standing force the vote. Shakachu. Yeah. Alien Fire, thank you. I'll give it a look. Anthony with a very kind $10. I made a meme. Oh, yeah. Good shit. You know, I still never finished part 5, the anime. I still never finished it. Because somebody stopped watching it with me. And most of the anime I watch with my partner. When you realize conservatives were projecting when they were worried about Obama not leaving office. Oh my God, yeah. For the entirety of Obama's second term, the right wing was screaming about how he was going to use fucking FEMA emergency camps to initiate a coup and stay in office forever. The far right was screaming about that for years. And then Trump comes in for one term and they fucking storm the Capitol to overturn a Democratic election to try to keep Trump in office. Jesus Christ. Idle Bell, I'll give it a look. Thank you, comrade. Yikes CG, thank you very much. My bro told me their music is self-published and are okay with any streamers using it as background music if anyone's interested. Oh, cool. I'll give it a look, comrade. Thank you. Randall the Barbarian. One of my new favorite games is Poetry for Neanderthals, which is kind of like Password, but the rules drastically limit your vocabulary to one-syllable words. That sounds funny. I'm not a big fan of puzzle games, but that does sound cute conceptually. Oh, look, it's Danny with a very kind $10, preparing to run to be the first trans U.S. representative. You've been a significant inspiration. Good luck, okay? Hire a good fucking media consultant, okay? It's rough out there. I believe in you. Thank you. Kira Queen with the Kira, I get you. With the $15, thank you. Sub or dubbed anime? I mean, almost always subbed. There are only a couple anime dubs that are permissible. The Studio Ghibli, Miyazaki films, their dubs are fine. They were done through Disney. They were good. They were part of my childhood. I don't care. Fooly Cooley's dub is better. I don't care what people say. The Dead Leaves dub is really, really good. I've heard good things about Bakano's dub. What else? Kill la Kill's dub was pretty good, but I definitely prefer the sub. If for no other reason than because hearing Satsuki Kiryuin after hearing Kiryuin Satsuki is really fucking weird. Considering they say that name so many times, you know? Play Hellblade? Maybe. Yeah, probably Nerd Germ. Postal Notion, thank you. Do you have any opinions on Che Guevara? Yeah, he can shave my nuts. That's all you're getting from me. Tyler Cross, I believe in communism, yeah. I think that would be the long-term goal, ideally. Watch Kipo. Yeah, I can give it a look. Kuro with a very kind $10. Have you seen Jujutsu Kaisen? Oh, God. I didn't care about the Jujutsu Kaisen manga because I just read Chainsaw Man, and Chainsaw Man's basically the best manga ever written, so it felt like a downgrade. But then I watched the Mappa anime for Jujutsu Kaisen. It was actually based as fuck. It looked so fucking good. It felt so fucking punchy, dude. Oh, shit. And now Chainsaw Man's getting an anime adaptation, and it's from Studio Mappa. So, whoo! Chainsaw Manga is very mid-low. What are you on about? You're a fucking idiot, Spikes Tribe, and you've been giving bad takes all stream. Eat shit. Fire Punch, read it? Already read it, baby. Oh, I also have to watch the Infinity Train movie. Not Infinity Train, the Demon Slayer. Gotta watch that. Yeah. I do, Sammy Striz. Excuse me. Will I star in a Gravel Institute video? I don't know if I think I'm PR poison. I don't know. Did I see the Italy Did It Conspiracy Q stuff? I have not, no. Jessica Hyde, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Yes, the podcast It Could Happen Here is, as always, a must listen to. Must listen to. Speedy Boy 01 with the $10. Have I played any of the Ori games? I got halfway through the first one. I didn't like it that much. Well, no, it was good. It just felt really simplistic to me. Like, you jump and you bounce, and like the attack, the auto attack, and I don't know, it didn't sing to me the way that Hollow Knight did. But I heard that the combat gets fleshed out more in the second one, so probably worth going back and looking at. Watched a vid hyena link? What? JoJo's dub is pretty good too. That's interesting. Side-Eye Potato with $5. Have I seen this? Police stopping from... I've seen this, yeah. We need to talk about... I'm sorry, I know I'm being a little quick with these. We need to talk about the Capitol Police response. It's really, really interesting. Watch this whole thing, it's worth it. So wait, we haven't gotten a follow-up from that person who alleged to be there? If I could... Dude, if I could debate a person who actually was there to storm the Capitol, that's some fucking content, okay? Okay, is this gonna get me copyright striked? You guys need to be mindful.
We're animating, totally insane. They pushed me on and maced me. Those are the facts. We're insane. They pushed me on and maced me.
I need 11,780.
They pushed me on and maced me.
I need 11,780.
Cloning through the central banking. Cloning through the central banking.
We're signing Nick Mulvaney.
We're in the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Okay. Sorry, I had to skip around a little bit to mitigate the likelihood of my entire channel being deleted. Delinky, eat shit. So this is going to sound random. I just rewatched Philosophy Tube's anti-Semitism piece. He cited Hannah Arendt's Origins of Totalitarianism's claim that anti-Semitism came from the Jews' predominance in German banking. And I read a book this week. He heavily misrepresented her point to the point where it was almost a lie. It annoyed me a lot. Interesting. Always good to check those sources, right? I can't really comment on that without knowing more. I don't think the Jews were actually like, I don't think they were actually like that present in German banking. I feel like that's largely a meme. Like the real like JQ thing isn't actually predicated on Jews being everywhere in central banking or whatever. The real thing is that like JQ logic is like fucking soul math, where like they'll say a person is Jewish if they had like an aunt who was Jewish, or like if they married a person who had a dad who was Jewish. Like, have you seen the Nazi memes? And it's like, here are all the Jews in politics. And it's like everyone. Those people aren't all Jewish. It's like all of them have a connection to a person who's Jewish, or all of them have a connection to a person who has a connection to a person who's Jewish. It's like some insanely circuitous shit. In terms of actual like practicing Jews or people who like descend from any like Jewish ethnicities, it's like very, very few of the people they call Jewish. They call everyone Jewish. They've called me Jewish. I've looked back. You know what my ancestry is? Polish Catholic, okay? Thankfully, my family emigrated from Poland before the Second World War, because if they hadn't, I know what side they would have been on. There's not any Jewishness in my fucking family lineage. But they call me Jewish anyway, so it's like, they'll say anything. What do you think of Inauguration Day threats? Like, I don't think there's much of a threat to Biden. The Secret Service has their job. The likelihood of some alt-right dipshit being able to get through presidential security is pretty fucking low. When do you think Berserk finally gets an anime adaptation? All right, are you all ready to be blackpilled? We're never getting a good Berserk anime adaptation. It's actually never going to happen. It's never, ever going to happen. It can't happen. So let's take a look at why, okay? The reason why is because Miura's style is very, very, very detailed. There's a lot of detail in Miura's style. And that stuff is really hard to convey in frame-by-frame 2D animation. It's very difficult. They did it back in the 1997 adaptation. And you know what that 1997 adaptation had? No fucking animation at all. Like, I watched it for the first time a couple weeks ago with Hyena. Go back and watch it. It has very, very minimal animation. It has detailed character designs and like the music and like the atmosphere, and then they like stare, and there's very little movement, and there's so many still shots they just pan over. And when animation does happen, it's very limited. Yeah, it's like a slideshow with a voiceover, basically. Now it's still good because it's a great story, and I think it's realized well. But then the issue, yeah, it's like keyframes, basically. The issue is, like, if you want to keep all that detail, you know what you do? You make 3D models, which is what they did for the Golden Age arc trio of movies, and they also did it for the disastrous fucking TV anime 3D adaptation. The one with the legendary, hold on, wait, Berserk, come on, 3D, guts, walking. Give me that. This legendary clip, this real clip, hold on, from a real anime that real humans were paid to make. Hold on, here we go. This was real. This is him walking away. Like a fucking Flash animation. Yeah. Anyway, so the issue with like Berserk is you have like two roads. You either go for 2D animation and you accept the fact that you're not going to be able to like animate on it and you're just going to have a bunch of cool still frames, or you go 3D and you deal with all the problems associated with 3D, of which there are many. I've only seen a couple of full 3D animes look decent. Beastars is one of them. Beastars looks good with detailed character designs that look good in animation. Though I don't know how good that would look for like battle versus like the like slice of life-esque mystery shit that Beastars does. I guess Beastars has fighting, yeah. I haven't seen Land of the Lustrous. One show that does 3D incredibly, when it does it, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, such a masterpiece in animation. The visuals in Demon Slayer, for 2D and for 3D, are both brilliant. They were so confident with their 3D animation that they would do like these little shots from a distance, like you'd see like it'd be panning over the protagonist running through a forest, and like you'd be like maybe 20 feet up and you'd be peering through some branches, and rather than use 2D animation, they would use 3D, and they would be able to capture all these subtle intricacies of walking or like stumbling a little bit on a branch or like pivoting on the heel of your foot to turn around, and it looked so fucking good. But they did it for far away shots, not for up close shots, because up close you want the 2D because it looks crisp. And then doesn't 3D animation software have tools to automatically make walk cycles like that? Yeah, so they were too lazy to even do that for the Berserk thing. Food inquiry test. Okay, so wait, Hyena, we're not getting the one person? Yeah, sure. 15 now, Hyena. 15 now. We're not getting that person? Probably not. The video game discussion was bad enough. Now we're talking anime. Guys, this is my... I'm sorry. I'm not just a politics streamer. I'm a personality streamer, okay? I'm really sorry. I know it hurts, but I gotta let it out. My love of the medium. I don't know anything about Black Clover. Do you think impeachment's actually going to happen? Probably not, no. McConnell's already said he's not even going to hold it. McConnell does still control the Senate for now. I've not seen Oni Equinox now. This is how Demon Slayer Studio does 3D. Fate Stay Night Heavens Feel movie animation. Okay, I'll give this a look. I don't know anything about that series. Watch Land of the Lustrous. It's got pretty ladies but without titties and their rocks. I'm sorry, I'm not sober right now, but watch the show. Pretty ladies and their rocks. Is it like a Steven Universe sequel or? People didn't think JoJo would get an anime adaptation either, you gotta believe. Okay, that's true, but I'm gonna be real, okay? The selling point of JoJo is its weirdness and its wackiness and its off-kilter nature, you know? It's not... But Berserk is serious. So animation errors and like choppy stuff in JoJo looks acceptable, but in Berserk, I would be pulled out by a scene of Guts like choppily moving his arm in the background. Like that would pull me out of it, you know? In JoJo, I don't give a fuck. Jotaro can be fucking T-posing in the background of every goddamn shot, and it wouldn't bother me. But if Guts was doing that, it would pull me out a little bit, I gotta admit. Yeah, JoJo just isn't serious, but Berserk is really serious. Or at least the first bit of it is. I mean, it is for a while. After the it gets progressively less serious after the Lost Children arc, I think, because of Puck and because of Isidro. What's the best introduction to Berserk? The manga. Just read the manga. It's amazing. It's an amazing manga. It's still serious, just less depressing? Yeah, it's less depressing at least. What about visual novels like Umineko? Isn't Umineko like is Umineko the one with the big booby girl, or is that a different thing? No, this is a different thing. I don't read visual novels. About witches? I don't know. This looks very light novel adaptation to me. I'm so sorry. I sound like such a cunt right now. But like this guy's hair makes me never want to engage with anything about this. I don't know. I just got a feeling, okay? Sometimes I feel like you can determine the quality of like anime from the hair really effectively. You know what I mean? It's like the jagged, spiky. So many people, they do spiky hair. It looks like it would hurt you, you know? I don't know. I feel like if you're going for when I'm looking at like when I'm looking at hair in anime, what I'm usually looking for is either realism or like really deliberate stylization. Really deliberate stylization. Like something from Kill la Kill. I think in Kill la Kill they do a really good job. Every character in Kill la Kill has stylized hair, but it all feels like it fits naturally on the character, you know? Like Mato Yuko has like a bob of hair that like it's like spiky, but it doesn't look like some weird dumb like everything's got a little fucking pointy shard shit. And Satsuki has like technically realistic hair, but it always acts unrealistically. It looks really good. And Ragyo has her fucking poofy bird hair. I don't know. But then you have like more realistic hair, which is like Legacy of the Galactic Heroes. I don't know. I think that stuff looks pretty good. You can get away with it in the 90s. I mean, like fucking Trigun, the guy's hair. And a harem anime? No, harem anime are almost like by definition fucking terrible. Wait, was there ever a good harem anime? I'm trying to think. Has there ever once? I'm trying to think if there's ever been a good harem anime or like. If there has been, I haven't seen it. Oh, I remember Oran High School Host Club being cute when I watched it when I was younger. I remember that being cute, but I didn't watch all of it. I thought that was cute though. That was reverse harm though. It was all Golden Boy? I haven't seen Golden Boy. I think it's been on my watch list for a while. Konosuba. Konosuba makes me so angry, dude. Konosuba is such a wonderful balance of incredible sexism and actual good character writing. That's a problem for me. There are some parts of Konosuba that are really fucking good and funny, consistently subversive and funny and interesting and fun to watch. But like the main character, I think, just unironically hates women. He does the creepy, rapey protag shit. I don't know. One Piece is a Frankie harm? Yeah, sure. Oh, we saw Oberweiner Schnitzel. I haven't seen any of the Monogatari series. That's the point? Okay, no. Wait, hold on. There's nothing wrong with having a protagonist who's sexist. In fact, it's based. But there are types of sexism that are okay, and there are types of sexism that aren't okay in the role of the protagonist, okay? That's my perspective on this, okay? If a character is just sexist and it's played for humor, I think that can be fine. But then when they get sexual assaulty, I think that's not fine. I think, I don't know. You know what I mean? If you have a comedy harem protag and the guy just doesn't like women, he's not here for the bitches, that can be a comedy element. That can be funny, like if played well, you know? But if he's also like being creepy to them, then it feels like the joke isn't that he's sexist. The reason you're watching is because you want to be him when he's groping the other girls. And then and that's like the perspective, you know? And it becomes less funny. Well, that's how it's written, you know? Oh yeah, dude. Speaking of weird sex. Okay, wait, hold on. Last thing, and then I'm leaving this fucking stream because we got way off topic. Okay, last thing. Okay, hold on. So the weird thing. Okay, we've been watching Yu Yu Hakusho. I think we're rounding the bend on the tournament arc. No spoilers. We're only like 45 episodes in or something. I don't know. No spoilers. Okay, but the show has been. I forget the name of the mangaka. I'm sorry. Who also did Hunter x Hunter. What's the name of the mangaka? I'm really sorry for Yu Yu Hakusho. Tagashi? Tagashi, okay. So, I didn't know anything about Yu Yu Hakusho. I've watched Hunter x Hunter. In Hunter x Hunter, later on in the story, they have a trans character. And she's treated well. Well, actually, she's treated like shit. But the story respects her. You know what I mean? Yeah. She's treated poorly by bad people. But the story respects her. But most of Hunter x Hunter wasn't really political, you know? Like, at least it didn't feel like it was doing much in the way of political commentary. It felt like, you know, it was just doing its shonen anime power sequence thing. So, Yu Yu Hakusho rolls around. It also doesn't feel very political. The main character like plays a little bit of grab ass with his girlfriend, but it's really lighthearted, and I don't know. It, like nothing seems like really malicious or anything, okay? And then we get to an episode, and this is, I shit you not, the weirdest and most severe transphobia I have ever seen in my fucking life, okay? This is the most insane shit I have ever seen in my life, okay? Because it's out of nowhere. There's no precedent and no antecedent, and it's very severe, okay? So here's what happens. Don't listen if you care, okay? But here's what happens, okay? So the protag's name is Yusuke, and Yusuke and his buddies are traveling to fight an evil whatever. And they're on their path, they're blocked by a lady, and she's like a ninja lady, right? Okay. And instantly, Yusuke and the rest of the guys, they're like, well, we can't fight a girl, you know, standard stuff, whatever. Or one of them says we can't fight a girl. This is standard shonen protag, whatever. Normally, the way that goes down is like they end up getting beaten a bit by the girl, and then they have to try harder to beat the girl, and then in doing so, they learn like a lesson about how women are competent fighters as well, a la fucking Sokka in Avatar or many other stories. But in this case, here's what happened. I'm just going to describe it to you, okay? I'm not even going to narrate, okay? Yusuke steps forward. The two characters, him and the ninja lady, banter for a bit. They charge at each other. There's a flurry of motion. When the two of them land, the ninja lady looks flustered, and Yusuke turns around and looks at her. Yusuke then explains to the people around that he groped her really quickly while jumping at her because he's really fast and strong. And she says something about not defiling a woman's honor. And then Yusuke says, but you're not a woman. And she's like, what? And then Yusuke explains that he groped her breasts. And then because it felt fake, he groped her crotch. And then he's like, you have a penis. And she's like, well, I'm a woman at heart. And then he punches her and says, if you want to be a woman, really try for it. Don't half-ass it. That's actually what happens. And I need to remind you, this is from a character. This story has had nothing to do with gender, or, well, I mean, everything does have something to do with gender, but it has not explicitly had anything to do with gender or trans people or anything. And the weirdest thing is that the way it's depicted actually makes the ninja lady sympathetic. When she's like, in my heart, I'm a woman no matter how I was born. And then he punches her and she's like, nah, you're not, you're faking it. Like the way it was actually presented made her look sympathetic and him look like the awful person. But then they just moved on. It was never commented on again. It was never reflected on. It was never brought up again, or at least not up 20 episodes after. Maybe there was never like oh, you fucked up, or that was wrong of you, or anything like that. And it was so out of nowhere, because again, the only thing I'd seen from this mangaka was a story in which, at least towards the end, there was a positive depiction of a trans woman, but this was 30 years before, or maybe even more than 30 years before. So what's really interesting to me is that it was in the 80s. So back when, what was the name of the mangaka again? I'm sorry, I forget. Back when the mangaka wrote Yu Yu Hakusho, that was so weird to me. I don't know if, like, Togashi, if he woke up one morning and he was just like, I fucking hate transvestites, and then he wrote that chapter like in a drunken haze or something, and like he slept in it. But then like 30 years later, you know, or 20 or whatever, he writes another story and he depicts trans people positively. So I guess what I'm saying is, do you think he looks back at that story and cringes really hard? Because that's what I think about. Like, if he's done a good job depicting a trans woman now, and they like settle on it too. The context is there's a main character and he's like a boy, and he's got a little sister, but everyone else says he when referring to the little sister. And the pro tag is like, fuck all of you. It's she, you stupid piece of shit. I'll literally fucking murder you. I'll look at me. Look at me. I will fucking kill you if you keep doing this. Don't. It's she. Like that's basically how it goes at that point in Hunter x Hunter. It's pretty aggressively in like affirming the identity of the girl. So the mangaka is obviously pro-trans. Now, I just wonder if he ever like rewatches or rereads some of his old work and he's like, oh God. Oh jeez. You know? That must hurt. Video on it? Video on it. Oh. Let's see. Wait. You were saying you'd be fine with world governments. What happens when nation states decide they don't want to be part of the U.S. world government? Do they get censored on social media as well? I don't think there should be a need to set. Wait, hold on. It's really loaded. I can't dictate the policy of future social media sites in a world government. If there are people associated with like a terrorist activity, then I think it'd probably be okay for them to be like kicked off social media. But if nation states don't want to be a part of like the big world government, then they would be like United States not wanting to be part of the federal government, as in, fuck you, you're part of it anyway. Also, I don't want a US world government. I just want a world government. I don't really care what the dominant culture is as long as it aligns with my values. If we had if like Saudi Arabia turned based and they became like some sort of fucking market socialist utopia, and then they spread out all over the world, and we have like the pan-Arabic global united national federal confederacy or something, I don't know. I don't care as long as the values I believe in are there. I saw the Lindsey Graham being harassed thing, yeah. Togashi's trans characters. Okay, I'll take a look at this. This is interesting. That's so weird, though. I really wish I could show the clip to you guys, the clip from Yu Yu Hakusho, the transphobic one, because it was the most, it was just so out of nowhere. I really can't, like, imagine watching, like, a popular battle anime. Like, I don't know, you're watching, like, Dragon Ball Z or something, and then there's, like, a scene from Dragon Ball Z where, like, Goku, like, faces a black Saiyan or something and punches them. He's like, you're black. That makes you genetically worse than us. Bye-bye! And then he flies off. And then that's like the only time they ever mention anything about. It's like the weirdest shit. Quit clipping me. Stop clipping me. Stop. How did you not expect that, Vosh? Yusuke is a literal jerk, dude. Wait, having like a Bansho punk middle schooler character with a soft heart of gold is not the same as randomly being extremely transphobic. He's not a jerk in the sense that he's like a bad guy. He's just like he's the Bansho character, you know, like the school he has the pompadour and he wears the school uniform and the big baggy pants. He's like a Metal Bat from One Punch Man. Anime is wild, dude. Because if you actually like watch anime and that's your only impression of like Japanese culture, you would actually think that like the streets of Tokyo are filled with like middle school gangs where like 6'3" middle schoolers that all wear their uniforms every time they're out, like gather together in squads of a dozen and like battle each other in parking lots or something. That's pretty much what they're doing out there. I like Metal Bat. Is there a name for this type of pants? These like pleated, like these like vertically pleated pants or something? Or is it just huge pants that they just fold in on themselves? Hakama? They're called Hakama? Hakama pants. Oh, son of a bitch, they are. Well, this is like a robe thing. Oh, I see. I see you. You use a belt and it, oh, I see. It stops here. You use a belt and it ties off at the mid waist. Oh, that's cool. This shit's on Amazon. Wait, hold on a second. I'm looking at Amazon right now. I ordered these mints 3 days ago. Have they not? Why are they still in my cart? Okay, wait, the cart's still full, but it says they did order. Okay. You ordered mints on Amazon? Yeah, I order bulk, baby. Mints are great. Yeah, fucking Altoid mints. The Altoid strawberry Arctic mints. Yeah, these things are fucking dank. You think Berserk would get canceled if it got turned into an anime? You just muted yourself because you typed the same thing twice. I think you said, would it get canceled if it turned into an anime because of all the fucked up shit? There are a couple of things they would have to change, I think, that I think they could probably do. If they wanted to be able to get it out mainstream, I think maybe, possibly. I think there are changes they could make that would help them that wouldn't like fuck with the artistic credibility that much. The big ones that I can think of, like the big ones, are probably less gratuitous rape of Casca and of the girls done by the wild dogs during and before the eclipse. That would probably be an okay move. And what the fuck, you people watching? Read Berserk, you fucking morons. Also, probably changing the outfit of the Apostle in the Lost Children's arc. I think though, if they made those changes, it would probably be. But I don't know. Maybe they could just get away with not changing anything. So no Rape Horse? No, Rape Horse was way later. Rape Horse was Rape Horse was right before the Tower of Conviction arc. That's a different. There's a lot of rape in Berserk. It's an edgy, grimdark, fucking medieval fantasy story. Okay, chill. Rape Horse was when Casca was introduced. What? No, not Casca. Rape Horse was when fuck, Finesse? I'm forgetting her name right now. Farnese, thank you. Farnese was introduced. Well, not introduced, but when she ran off with Guts for a little while. Is Sean being serious when he says this? It was good to ban the president from a website mainly because it was funny. Basically, everything Sean tweets is sarcastic. In this case, this is fine. Based and true, okay? Wait, hold on. Vosh, I hated Trump and everything he stood for, and him finally attempting a coup on home soil vindicates all my takes since before he got elected, regardless of what I say. He got banned for inciting violence. What happens when ideologies between nation states conform to each other? I'm not satisfied with your answer. According to U.S. media, Bolivia was not a coup, and you yourself think it was. How do you reconcile that? Wait, all you'd be doing is adding a higher level of government. Think about interstate disputes right now. Different states in America can dispute with one another, and that's fine. And like different governments can dispute with one another. I just want like a higher level of international government that would probably help. It would help regulate trade, and it would help set like standards for like labor rights. Like there are a lot of things that you could get out of like a world government. You know, a world government doesn't mean like everyone has to be beholden to exactly the same ideals. It's not. It doesn't have to be that ubiquitous. We can start with like some basic agreements about like human rights and trade. I think that'd be nice. Have I seen Hitman Reborn? No. You forgot the very other problematic part when Guts was raped. I feel it's hard to put in the show. No, they can't take that out. Guts being raped at the beginning of the manga contextualizes so much other shit. They can't take that out. You can like censor it if you want. Like you can tactfully represent it, but you can't take the content out. It wasn't in the original anime? Yeah, and the original anime had major flaws for it. Also, the original anime was only the Golden Age, and it cut out a lot of stuff from the Golden Age. The original anime didn't have the wild dogs, or whatever the fuck they were called. The original anime didn't have the Bakiraka. The original anime didn't have any of the subplot of the king trying to rape his 16-year-old daughter. The original anime didn't have Weald was a bit over the top. Well, yeah, that was kind of his character. Oh, the original anime didn't have Skull Knight. It didn't introduce Puck. all the reactions Gus has had throughout his entire life are obviously based around the trauma from that rape. Yeah, exactly. It's like really formative. Also, it's subversive because the point, like one of the big selling points of the manga is that back in the 1980s and 90s, all the like male like fantasy protags were like these big buff machismo grizzled dipshits. Like, have you ever read 90s comics? Okay. But like Guts is a gigantic, muscular, like emotionally stunted dipshit. But but like the more you learn about him, it turns out he's actually an incredibly complex like character. And a lot of that is contextualized to the fact they're willing to depict vulnerability in his presentation as well. And the fact is that like in a genre where 90% of rape is done to give character development to women, having it introduce character development to a man who is the protagonist is very fucking different. And it really recontextualizes a lot of the tropes that you would otherwise see in that kind of genre. So like, I think it's an important inclusion. Pretty progressive for the time. Berserk is pretty progressive. Also Griffith being raped too. Yeah, also Griffith being raped too. That part as well. And then they do it a bunch more with women. Well, yeah, but that's probably realistic, right? How many characters in Berserk have not been raped? It's Game of Thrones tier for manga. I actually disagree. I thought there were points where Game of Thrones was edgy just to be edgy. Being honest, having read Berserk like a bunch, I actually think very little of it is gratuitous, especially in the manga. In the manga, I actually feel like things are very purposeful and they don't play with your emotions. Which I think is really, really important. Whereas there are scenes in Game of Thrones where I know I'm being like emotionally manipulated, but because the thing is, in the sadness in Berserk is sublime. At the beginning of every volume of Berserk, when they describe all the characters, he says that the struggle between protecting Casca and fighting off Griffith is sublime. And what sublime means is, well, the feeling of the sublime is like it's like a literary philosophical concept about encountering like an experience that feels beyond human comprehension. So like Lovecraftian horror would be sublime, but sublimity can be found in a lot of things. And the real like sadness in Berserk is never like any, I guess I would say like base or infantile thing, like an individual fight or like an individual instance of abuse, and it's the broader context of Berserk, like, well, struggling to carve out a life for himself. He is called the Struggler. So does that make sense? You guys get what I'm talking about. His entire life was so fucked. Yeah. You ever seen Lupin the Third? No, but I probably should, right? Probably good. Any theory recommendations? Sorry, we're in full-on anime mode. I think it's about time for me to leave, though. Hold on. After talking about fucking Berserk for this long. Okay, Vosh, what about another rehashing of the Golden Age arc? No, that's okay. You know what I want? I just want a proper adaptation of the Tower of Conviction arc, dude. I want to see... Sorry, what's the name of the Inquisitor? I really like Inquisitors. Mosgus, thank you. I really like Inquisitors, okay? Like, as a concept, Inquisitors are such interesting people. They're very broken inside. If a really, really, really good adaptation of the Tower of Conviction arc would be so fucking based. So fucking good. His fucking face, yeah. What do you think of Goblin Slayer? I've never seen it. Goblin Slayer, from what I saw of it, looked edgy to be edgy to me. That's what it looked like. The thing that turned me off Goblin Slayer, like that really disinclined me, is I saw a clip of the first episode of some girl was being raped by goblins or whatever, and the clips were clearly sexualizing the rape. Like that, I don't know. I don't mind in like a show being dark or having like rape or whatever, but if you're trying to titillate the audience with that, I don't know. It's not. That's not good. It gets better after that? Oh, well, okay. I mean, I might see it at some point. SAO does this shit too. Sword Art Online? Damn. Well, it's a good thing that anime also fucking sucks. I've not seen Dorohedoro. Wait, yes, I've seen Dorohedoro. I've watched the anime. I want to read the manga. It doesn't get better? Okay, then I won't read it. All right. I've not seen Quintessential Quintuplets. I just want an anime adaptation of the Tower of Conviction arc, dude. Where's, give me that Mosgus. Give me that drip. How have I not seen Mosgus? Listen. If you can't handle me and my chill, you don't deserve me and my not chill. Thoughts on Soul Eater? I watched like 2 episodes of Soul Eater and it was the most banal, trite garbage I've ever seen. Every word of dialogue from every character felt like it was generated by an AI designed to make it the most generic, boring shit I've ever experienced in my life. Holy fuck. Also, what a tonal whiplash, dude. What the fuck? The manga is better? Well, yeah. That's often the case. Doing anime adaptations is really hard. A lot of people don't respect how difficult it is to do proper anime adaptations. One of the biggest problems with anime adaptations, a lot of people don't respect this, is the pacing of dialogue. The way your eyes track across a page of manga, reading the dialogue, absorbing the action, is very different to how they would be perceived if you just played out the animation in real time and had people talking over it. It's very, very different. For example, in a manga, you can have a shot of a dude punching another guy in the face and like 2 sentences of dialogue, or even more, and that feels natural. You read the dialogue, you look at the punch, great. But in animation, what do? Do you slow down the punch so much that you can play the 2 lines of dialogue during it? Do you add additional content before or after of them posturing before the punch? Do you have multiple punches? These decisions can be very costly and they add up and it's difficult to do. And very often there's no like good way to do it. This is this is something you notice, by the way. Have you ever noticed that when watching really good anime that aren't manga adaptations, that are just original anime, like Fooly Cooly or Neon Genesis Evangelion, that there's very little wasted dialogue? Have you noticed that? And then you notice when you watch JoJo that anytime anyone throws a single punch, there's some side character to exposit what just happened? The reason for that is because when you're making an animation, you're making an anime, you can be very deliberate about the pacing of the language. But if you're adapting the language in a manga, usually the problem with manga is that it's difficult to convey motion. So what you do is you have a side character who explains what's going on when you punch. This is all the time in shonen anime. Whoa, Yusuke just channeled the power of his ki to fire a blast in a straight line rather than a scattered shot. You only ever hear lines like that spoken out loud in manga adaptations. In original anime, you never see that. Because why would you ever need to say that if you, in an anime, you can just depict the thing that's happening? You don't need to do that. Which means that you don't need to describe things that are happening. And additionally, you also don't need to fill in context that would have been obvious in animation. There are some things that just don't show very well in a drawing. Like sliding, for example. Sliding, like the way a baseball player, like you hit a home run, then you slide onto home, you know? That's very easy to show in animation. You have the pose, they slide. In drawing, though, it just looks like they're sitting on the ground. You can add all the motion lines you want, but there will almost always be somebody saying from the announcing table or desk, hey, they're sliding into home. Sometimes that can be really obnoxious. Fooly Cooly has almost no expository dialogue. It's just vibes. Okay, I'm sorry. We got so off track today. Okay. I'm hungry. I was going to end an hour ago. Listen, it's been a while since we've talked about. Just remember one of the most pure depictions of a sex worker I've ever seen was Luca in the... Oh yeah, that's another reason. Luca's one of my favorite characters, and she comes up in the fucking Tower of Conviction arc. She's so cool, dude. She's a sex worker. She's got good vibes, great person, wholesome. Also never sexualized at all. Does she get raped? No. No, not once. She fucks up other people. She's like the only character to never get raped. She's very purposeful with everything that she does. I mean, she gets bad at her, like she doesn't have that much autonomy in the fights because she's a human, and there's it's from a manga, Merrick, Luca from Berserk. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is the last meme I knew. I saw this meme from a Berserk subreddit once. There is eventually, at long last, you do get a scene with consensual sex. And this, you know, the meme with the black guy scientist, and he's holding up like a little beaker, and it's got green liquid in it, and the meme is like finally X, like it's like Mira. Finally, I've discovered it. Consensual sex. This is fucking 5 years into the story. It's good. Yeah, Merrick, read Berserk or don't. I don't know. It's good. No, just Zach. That's what I'm referring to with Guts and Casca. Because we follow the whole story. We follow the perspective of Guts, and Guts isn't a Volcel except for Casca. So, you know. The only other consensual sex we see, I think, is with Luca and the Johns that she fucks, right? And that's consensual in the context of like a sex worker relationship. That doesn't make it not consensual. It's just, you know, it's not exactly the same. Have I read Animorphs? Griffith and Charlotte? That was... No. Griffith and Charlotte was not... I don't have time to get into this. All right. I'm weird champing you people. Okay, there are a few donos. Oh god, there are a few donos. Buzzy here, thank you for the donut. Folk Punk Femboy, thank you very much. Diamond King with the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. Maybe Rosenfist with the very kind $10. If ReZero is the best best written anime pro tag in the last decade. Okay. I'm gonna have to agree to disagree with you here, comrade. I love you though. Big Gay Fish, thank you very, very much. The director of Devilman Crybaby has wanted to animate Berserk. Oh god, that'd be fucking amazing. Jared the Dark Jedi, thank you very much. Characters from a language I don't recognize. Do you like Fate anime? I haven't watched it, I'm afraid. Mags, I'm never getting unbanned from Twitch, comrade. Dark Nihilist, how about Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter is great. Even S, thank you very much. True Philip Alter, thank you for the 5. Admiral with the $5. Is this Russiagate shit or is it worse than we thought? I'll have to look into it. The fuck is this? This is a incredibly long tweet thread. I'll take a look at it. Casper Christensen, I have not seen XL Saga or Outlaw Star, I'm afraid. Pesto is besto. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'll move the donations, Gecko. I need to do that. MU, thank you very much. Duly noted. HDB Lovecraft, thank you very much for the $10. World building in Fallout New Vegas plus awesome gunplay. You're describing 20 Punk 77? Okay, dude. Okay. We'll see. Curious Man, thank you for the 15 pounds, mate. Grand Blue. I've heard good things about Grand Blue. I can give it a look. Did I say 20 Punk? Cyberpunk, sorry. David Rojas, why don't you like Naruto? I haven't said anything about Naruto. I think that Naruto is a competent anime. I haven't read the manga. I think it's a competent anime. Bray, thank you, comrade. Monarcho Passad, thank you very, very much. Very true. Dead Pirate Tattoo, thank you for the $5. Your intro is fully cool. Yep. Monarcho Passad, thank you very, very much. Yeah, language is pretty poggers. Nicoliolio, thank you for the $5 and much appreciated. Dead Pirates Tattoo, I have not seen Ragnaroks. And Reza Sutra, thank you for the gifted 2 month sub. I love you very much. Make sure to sub to the channel if you like politics streams that devolve into an hour and a half of anime and video games. You're all beautiful people. thank you very much. Subscribe, like, comment, and remember, next stream will just be politics. Please don't leave me forever because you don't like anime or whatever. I love you. Peace out.